Sorry about the... Nope. Sorry about the delay in getting started this morning. Disney World decided to drop a really, really, really good deal. And I have one Disney resort that I really love to stay at. I love to stay at the Animal Kingdom Lodge, but it's so expensive. It's a deluxe resort, and it's really, really expensive. I love Kidani Village, but that's almost never on. That's a DVC. And then Disney released a new deal, and we're going a bunch of times this year, so we were flipping a reservation. I always hate to start and then and then it's like, oh shit, I gotta take care of this. I also forgot that one of the emails is in, or one of the confirmation numbers. I couldn't find what email it is. When I got this watch, most of the time I'm in and out of my company Gmail account, but as we talk about a lot on the show, when we're talking like politics or business, you got to make sure that you don't intermingle, that you don't intermingle personal stuff with corporate stuff. This is my personal watch. My primary Gmail account is my corporate account, because if I have a Yahoo Mail account for like family, and I can't, my wife was asking me a question. I can't get into it through my watch because I'm like, oh, I gotta get in, I gotta go into my desktop. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I could have gone in on my watch. The only email account I can get into on my watch is my personal one. It's sometimes, man, sometimes. It's Thursday, but it's a weird Thursday. So if I seem off, the reason why I seem off is it's spring break for my kid's school. So, she's home, which makes it Thursday, which, that just throws me off each and every time. Once Human is catching a lot of flack from a lot of its established player base. We'll just jump right into video game stuff. There's people making fun of Once Human players, and they're saying, if you've played the game every day for 5 hours a day for 2 years, and you're complaining about the lack of content, you're the problem. And I have found more and more the average person on social media has an IQ about at the point of water freezing in Fahrenheit, because they go on and on and on about how it's the user's fault that there's no content. There's no content because you play 5 hours a day. Okay. I understand that some people don't have 5 hours a day to play video games. I get that. Totally legit. Totally on point. But if you want me to spend money in your game, you really, really, really have to consider how many games am I going to be playing at one time. If you want me to spend money in a free-to-play game, you have to make content that keeps me engaged. Right now, the problem with Once Human is that it's been so long since we've gotten new content that people don't feel the need, that like they don't feel like they have to play. They play 1 day a week, and they play for about 45 minutes to an hour. If you only play a game for 45 minutes to an hour once a week because you're hoping new content will come, then you're not really in a situation where you have a good solid business model. You've got to give people stuff to do. And a couple of years ago, Starry Studios, they put together the whole Visional Wheel cycle. Except it sucks. Because some servers don't have enough population to even effectively do the content. Other servers Like they're up and they're jumping and they're popular. But they're like, we're gonna create permanent servers, but we're gonna create a bunch of them. Well, if you have a sharding system, why are you making more and more permanent servers? Why not just create worlds on those servers? There hasn't been any new content for 2 years. Well, there has. Maybe SCP was new. But I would agree with you that to call SCP new content might not be fair and justifiable, because it wasn't really new content for what we were playing. It was a completely different game inside of the world they built. It was a Pal World crossover. Have I been watching the weather? No, I just woke up. I kind of woke up, rolled out of bed. My wife told me about the Disney deal. We price checked, and we audibled our plan. And then I was streaming. I did make a cup of coffee though, and I have since drank said cup of coffee. I'm also finding, and I'm not even going to be nice about what I say here. I am finding that you can't even have a meaningful conversation. Need to look at it for this afternoon. Why? I have a wind advisory until noon, until 7. That's it. I have a wind advisory from noon until 7 p.m. That's it. There are no active weather warnings, watches, or advisories. Yeah. Where I'm at, I'm good. No, I'm really not. I'm not in for any of that. Yep, not here. North of here, maybe, but not here. But no, I agree with what some of the players have a problem with. And some of the players have a problem with creating alternative versions of a game is not the same as building new content for a game. And I get that. And I get why people are that's why they're leaving. I've also realized that a lot of people don't even know what they want in a game. And I think that's our other major problem. People don't know what they want. And so they're just asking for things they feel might do well. The Sonivore is a choice. You know what you want? Well, what is it you want? I'd love to hear from somebody that they know what they want. Oh yeah, the little blob things that are unkillable. Yeah, that was another thing I wanted to ask them, like, why are you introducing unkillable stuff into a game? Like that's That's so low class. That's just so tacky bullshit. We're gonna put this unkillable mob into the game so that people just die, because there's nothing better than a completely unkillable mob. Yeah, completely changing the lore and reworking all the core systems, that's not new content either, which makes you feel like the game has been in beta this whole time, right? You feel, you quote, feel that there hasn't been much to the game. Once Human equals Steven Sharif. No, because Once Human actually launched a game that had content that's completely playable, that is fully developed, that although it's balanced about as well as Rosie O'Donnell on one side of a teeter-totter and a 6-year-old on the other, there's value there. Also, they haven't ever just been like, surprise, we're closing the game. I mean, they delivered. And I think the problem is, Once Human is a game. Yeah, Once Human is too many chefs in the kitchen. Absolutely. Because the problem becomes, the game is somewhat popular, right? And so a bunch of players who aren't the target audience start playing, and then they start saying stuff like, oh, well, the survival mechanics are terrible. The survival mechanics are terrible in a survival-based game. If you don't like survival mechanics, don't play a Survivor game. It's really that damn simple. Is this an extraction shooter? No, it started off as a survival game, a seasonal survival game, and then we've merged into having permanent servers. So this game has evolved a lot over the years. The problem is, it's not evolving, it's like morphing. It's like you're not going to your final form, you're going to a new first tier form. Like, get up there on the evolutionary scale. Like, come on now. But the sad part is, considering what's available on the market, and by the way, since I have discovered that IQs have dropped off sharply, just because I say I don't like a game does not mean that is a personal affront to you who may like the game. I like the game. I like the game. I don't expect you to like it. I say I don't like your game. That's okay. Yeah, if Jalan doesn't like the game, I'm okay to dogpile it. What, you're not going to allow me to go? Like, apparently I can't go to the event. The like, it's like Star Citizen. I don't like Star Citizen on merit. I don't like Star Citizen on merit because they've been in development for 14 years. They've been in development for 14 years, and they still don't have a product. Okay? They don't have a product yet. They have part of a product. They have some of a product, but they don't have a final version of the game after, yeah, that's a whole child, almost an adult. I messaged, I realized I'm behind the video. I like the idea of the Sonvor, something that chases you through a point of interest, you loot and kill is good. My issue is it could be a skill issue, how fast it moves, if there was more ways to deal with it. Yeah, absolutely. I think the little blob guy is a great mob. But the mechanics that they put into it, was, if I shoot the blob enough, it should break into smaller blobs, like the T-1000 in Terminator 2. I shoot it, it breaks apart, and then it takes time to reform while I run away. That would be a cool mechanic. And then if you took the blob and you if you use fire, it catches on fire and runs away from you. If you use freeze, then it's frozen for X number of seconds. If you use unstable bomber, it blows apart. If you use power surge, it's electrified, and every couple of steps it stops and gets shocked. Because then what it does is it builds the idea of, in my offhand, I'm gonna put an elemental weapon while I'm looting settlements, because if I run into one of those things, my offhand is how I address that. But when you have absolutely nothing to deal with, when there's nothing you can do to deal with a threat that can kill you in a game where you drop stuff, then you want to go and you want to slap a developer, and you want to say, what the fuck is wrong with you, and why did you build this way? You know what I'm saying? It's not that the idea is terrible, it's that the idea, we have loot drop. And so the funny things that you do in games that don't have any loot drop aren't as well appreciated in games that do have loot drop. Like when Rail used to run Boom Boom, Rail a couple of times would die, and he'd be like, we'd be at like a Prime War or something, he'd be like, holy shit dude, I gotta go back there. I was like, why? He's like, because I just dropped like 14,000 rounds of ammo. I like the idea of more SCP-like creatures and stuff in the game. Watching my brothers get killed by shopping carts the first time was hilarious. Yes. I would absolutely... This game was originally inspired by SCP. And that was one of the things I was really stoked about. And unfortunately, this game went from being inspired by SCP to, like most games that have a cash shop, inspired by Barbie Hentai Incorporated, because all of the cosmetics have since gotten ridiculous, right? I'm cool with a game. Like, again, it's not my game, and I think I throw that disclaimer out there because a lot of people misunderstand. Like, I'm talking from a place of love. I'm speaking from a place of love because I want these games to get better. I'm not speaking from a place of hate. I'm telling you what the flaws are, and I'm giving you bona fide suggestions for how to fix those flaws. That's not a place to hate. But some people don't get it. I've noticed in recent days on Twitter, there are a lot of, can we just say, pig-headed, bull-headed, stubborn, misogynistic, racist, bigoted, condescending fucks who, if you don't completely agree with their point of view, they lose their fucking minds. I think we can say that. I think that's fair. There's people that have lost their mind because I had the audacity to say, I support the Second Amendment as written, which also means I support the idea that we should still be in a well-regulated militia, and everybody should be required to have a gun. Now, you can be a conscientious objector. If you don't want to have a gun, you can go down to roll call for the militia and say, I don't wish to have a gun. But everybody else should have a gun and should be trained and drilled. And I responded with, yep, it used to say organized militias, but here we are. And I got jumped on by a bunch of gun nuts who don't have the fucking IQ to carry on a conversation. Like seriously, no shit. Some of these people don't get the idea that 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level, and you're a walking, talking poster child for this phenomenon. It was like a woman said, I was just bored last night. I didn't really feel like playing any video games. I just kind of sat on Twitter and argued with the rabble. A woman said, it's 100% a man's fault that there's unwanted pregnancies. And I said, okay, hold on. A man is responsible for his reproductive juices. I said, okay, yeah, I'll get down with that. Except what I'd like to say to you is, there are situations where men can't trust women. Because there are situations where women lie. And she's like, well, yeah, women are humans and humans lie. Okay, so let me give you a scenario. Let me give you a real scenario. Man and a woman have been together for 2 years. And when the man and the woman got together, within a month and a half, the woman went on birth control because the woman didn't like how condoms feel. So, month and a half into their relationship, woman goes on birth control. So 2.5 months into their relationship, they're not using condoms anymore. You got it. Birth control takes 30 days. If you didn't know that, Papa Jalan is here to tell you, you got to wait 30 days when she starts birth control because she can get pregnant. Don't do that. Well, 2 years into the relationship, woman says, I changed my mind about having kids. I'd really like to have kids. And then the guy turns around and says, okay, well, I don't want kids, so we're going to have to talk about this at a later point in time. Then the man and the woman start to be intimate that evening, and the guy pulls out a condom. And the woman starts freaking the shit out. We don't use condoms. We didn't use condoms up until the point because we were both in agreement that we didn't want kids. But now, you've decided you do want kids, and I haven't decided that I do want kids. So therefore, I'm going to wear a condom because that is the man's responsibility when he doesn't want a kid. And the woman says, well, that means you don't trust me. No, I learned from Johnny Depp what trust is. I can always trust a pirate to be a pirate. I can trust a woman who wants to have kids to maybe stop taking her birth control, as Rail says, because no woman has ever gotten knocked up to keep a man from leaving. So the problem we have here, right, is that you're mad. Like, women are mad when men do the right thing. Women are mad when men are self-autonomous. And I'm not saying that women don't have a right to be mad that they're not allowed to be self-autonomous. That's a different, that's a whole different conversation. But because I think women should have full autonomy over their bodies, and I've said that multiple times on the show. Morally, I'm anti-abortion. Politically, I'm pro-choice because my morality doesn't have anything to do with your right to choose. Just like I think in this country, not to go down a really sad thought process, but I'm in pain every day. My nervous system is frying itself. I'm at the point, and you guys, if you followed my show for the 9 years I've been streaming, I'm a recovered addict. I'm a recovered benzodiazepine addict. Thank you, U.S. military. I'm a recovered pain pill addict. Thank you, U.S. military. I don't want to be on pain pills, but I don't want to be in pain. And the amount of self-medicating I can do with legal substances is restricting me to about an 11-hour day. Like, people that know me are like, you're never around anymore. Yeah, because it's painful to drag myself out of bed. I do my show. I feed my family. I run to that, I run them to, like, we went to Mexican last night, took my daughter, bought groceries for her, and then I came home and my other daughter and my wife had a function. I was in bed by like 7:30. Not because I'm bored, because I'm in pain. I think that at some point I'm going to reach the XY threshold that I'm going to go to Sweden. I think we should have that option here in America. So if I want to terminate my own existence, how am I going to tell a woman she doesn't have the right to have autonomy over her body? I can be against it morally. But then there's people that I say that I'm thinking about going to Sweden, and they're like, well, you can't do that. Why? Because then you're giving up. No, it's not giving up. It's coming to the realization that my pain is not going to stop. You can come to Oregon too. Do they have it in Oregon? I saw Carthos say, Johnny Depp also made me learn that a woman can and will shit in your bed when she's mad at you. Yeah. I mean, that isn't that a fucked up, isn't that a fucked up thing about our society? Why aren't people PvPing? Because we're not on a PvP server. That is a great question. PvP is restricted to, there are 3 scenarios that are PvP scenarios. Prime vs. Clash, Evolution's Call, and then they have a complete build on its own called Raid Zone, which has different rules altogether. 419 Star Crom for 1 Prime War. Really? That's insane. I do remember Dr. Jack Kevorkian, but I thought they said what he was doing wasn't allowed. Your ex had been on birth control while dating. We weren't together for a little while. I ended up running into her at a club. We went to her place that night, and the next day she was like, oh, by the way, I haven't been on birth control. Yeah. That back to the other topic we were talking about. That's a problem. Hold on, I have cats fighting. Sorry, one of my cats is being an asshole today. Oh yeah, we also could go to the truck event, which is PvP. I think that brings up a really good talking point about non-consensual PvP. And we're gonna shit on Ashes of Creation because we can. Well, I might have said kids. The cats are my kids, or I might have said kits. Because it's the 3 young ones, the three kits. Ashes of Creation was doomed to fail because Steven Sharif listened to a very, very small vocal minority of people who said, your game will fail without non-consensual PvP. What we have is we have got to get out of this idea that non-consensual PvP is meaningful combat. Non-consensual PvP is not meaningful content. Steven fucked us with consent, though. He just never gave a reach around. Steven fucked everybody for his own personal gain and betterment. And it's going to come out. I'm still waiting for the documents that he said were going to come out, that we're going to show the full side of the story. Yeah, non-consensual PvP is just ganking. Now, I have been doing this show for 7 years, and in 7 years, nobody has ever made an argument for why a game needs non-consensual PvP. And every time I have a legitimate conversation with somebody, a legitimate convo, with a non-consensual PvP fan, by the end of the conversation, if they're having a genuine, authentic position, I've convinced every single person who's legitimately had a bona fide conversation with me that my ideas are better than non-consensual PvP. It's only the people who want to be gankers that don't like my ideas. For example, if I'm standing here in the middle of an open field, what is the value, the mutually beneficial value of me being able to be ganked? And the person will say, well, you shouldn't AFK in the middle of nowhere. Okay. I have a child. I have a small child. I have cats that fight. I have whatever the fuck else is going on. I get a delivery. Think about how bad it feels when you leave your computer to get a delivery and then you come back dead. There wasn't a mutually beneficial value. Now, if I walked into a zone that flags me for PvP, I would say, then you shouldn't have walked into the zone that flags you for PvP if you were expecting your DoorDash or your pizza or whatever. And shit's gonna happen. If it's a PvP server, though, logging in is consent. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. 100%. I'm not debating you. I'm agreeing with you. If it's a PvP server, logging in is the consent. Somebody will take that a step further and they'll say, well, if it's a PvP game, then logging in is consent. Absolutely. And why the fuck do your games have such a small population? Because you're tying consent. What you're doing is you're tying consent to popularity. And that's why you have a game that people tell me is great, Mortal Online 2, that has 1,000 concurrent players. Because it can't get new blood in it. Because as soon as you walk through the starter zone, you die, and then people are like, fuck this. Mortal Online 2 has done a number of free play experiences, but it doesn't gain population. Look at Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is like, we're giving the PvE players what they want. We're giving them PvE servers. And the PvPers didn't give a shit. It was the gankers that were clutching their pearls and saying, but my fun. Because gankers are the shit on the bottom of your shoe. I've seen good PvPers. Good PvPers. Find somebody in a field. They take them down to about half. The person hasn't moved. And they leave the person alone. Because they're like, I'm a PvPer. And there wasn't another player there to fight. You played Marathon Beta and initially dismissed it because it was like Ark. Your friend purchased it for me and it's night and day different. I don't know what Marathon is. People have mentioned it, but I don't have an understanding. It's an extraction shooter. Okay, extraction shooters are not my jam. I'm not a big fan of extraction shooters. I did like Demon Souls PvP when people would invade my world. Yes, that is something that also Where Winds Meet has. Where Winds Meet is a unique game where you can be on your solo player world, but somebody's taking a bounty on you, and then they enter your solo player world to try to kill you. But you have to have done something for a bounty to be taken out on you. Yeah, I like fantasy-based games. The problem right now is there's not a good fantasy-based game like this. There's the closest game to this is PAX Dei, and it's terrible. There's, what was that other game? Darkest Dungeon? Something, maybe? That was kind of like a melee battle royal style type game. The thing is, I play games for the progression, the development, the story. Although this game is getting harder and harder to justify playing because they keep fucking with the story. Pirate Software's Minecraft server extraction mode doesn't have guns. I would rather chew broken glass and drag my dick through a fucking junkyard than have anything to do with Pirate Software. because I don't know how he is when he's at his best, but when he's at his worst, he's fucking intolerable. Pirate Software is one of those people that you can't show him a mirror because he can't handle what you show him. People say to me, I'm crass, I'm vulgar, I'm condescending, I'm an asshole, I'm elite, I'm aloof, I'm, you know, I'm cerebral, I'm uncaring, and I'm like, hold on, uncaring I'm gonna stop at. I do charity work. The rest of those things, thank you. All those other things people say about me, I say about me. Like, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. You're not gonna hurt my feelings over it. Oh no, you said I'm callous and condescending. Yep, pretty accurate. I don't suffer fools. I don't have time in my life to suffer fools. You'd willingly fuck a blender over watch his shit. That's about the size of it. And I'm not saying he's a good dude, or he might be a good dude, or he's not a good dude. But what I'm saying is, he has no problem putting people on full blast when he doesn't get his way, which isn't a very becoming trait. Like, people have told me, publishers, the marketing people at certain game companies have said to me, we would love to work with you, but you don't have a filter. And I'm like, you're right, I don't have a filter. I do not. If people are, I will say, I will say whatever comes to mind. I don't have a filter. I don't give a shit. Because, and it gives me a certain freedom. I don't need to make a penny doing this. In fact, there are many times I stream and my revenue is like $1.50 for the day. But that's okay because I don't need this money to live. I understand why some of the Ashes of Creation content creators have milked the cow dry, and every little scrap of information they can get out of Ashes' lawsuits, they're making content for. Some of them live on their content creator money, and without Ashes, they're gonna notice a huge dip in income. Well, a dip in income absolutely sucks if that money is what puts food on your table. Not to create a corollary to it, there was a girl, there's a couple of OnlyFans girls in our community. They don't publicly announce in our community that they're OnlyFans girls, but they joined the community because they stumbled upon, like, either recommended, hey, go talk to Jay, he'll tell you what to do with your money. The one girl was broke at the end of every month. She was making 6 figures every month, and then every month she would be broke. And what I said to her was, you can't live that way. I said, because you're not going to be able to be an OnlyFans girl forever. I said, you need to start taking your money, pay your expenses, get your income, slice off your taxes, and take what's left and divide that into 3, and then 50% of 1/3 should be paying your needs. And she was like, well, what about the other 2/3 of the money? That's to pair off for the year that you're 67 and 11 months old. That's the money you need to set aside now. Because her statement was, I never want to have a job. I never want to have to get a job. Okay, well then you're 18 and you don't get Social Security until here, and you're not even paying yourself like an employee, so you won't get any Social Security. Said you need to structure it that you're paying yourself. And she was like, well, I heard that if I pay myself, I have to pay taxes. Yes, if you want Social Security when you get older, you need to pay into Social Security. They don't give you that shit for free. And she didn't know that. So now she's well set up. She has 5 rental properties. She got rid of all the people that were following her around and never contributing. Agency in that terms means choice. Like player agency is player choice. She can write off all those properties too. I fuck in those homes. Well, no, you can't write them off that way. That's not how that works. You need to pay the wages of the people paying your old ass. Yeah, right. And no, I don't like reloading, so don't ask. But honestly, we're stuck in a world right now that is we're stuck in a really bad world right now. And we need to start addressing that, but it's because people are dumb. Every single day that you try to do something that benefits the planet, somebody will have a problem with it because it doesn't directly benefit them. They don't get the idea that I'm not trying to make my life better. I'm trying to make the planet better. I'm trying to make all our lives better. Yeah, we're stuck in a world where Tucker Carlson is starting to make sense, and that scares the shit out of me. Very, 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 very good point. When Tucker Carlson starts actually making fucking sense, you need to ask yourself, where did life go wrong? But we've created, like, and some people are even dumber than that, where it will benefit them, but they were told it's bad, and they've never thought about it critically. Yes. 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 And the big annoying ass part of that is you try to explain to somebody, if you put $1 into this program today, in 5 years, this program will be completely self-sufficient and it will help you down the road. And what does that person say? Well, if it doesn't benefit me today, then I don't want to support it. And then they say, but I want you to support this program. And I'm like, well, it doesn't benefit me, so why would I want to do that? And that's the piece they can't wrap their heads around. If everybody constantly says, I will only support those things that directly benefit me, nobody benefits. Nobody benefits. We need to look at the situation and say, where does $1 go the farthest? Yeah, Jalan in 2028. Like, there was a guy yesterday who was so adamant about his position. I said multiple times, I got shit because I said Americans will spend money on anything else before helping Americans. And this guy came back with, well, the number 1 expenditure in the United States is Social Security, then 2 is Medicare, then 3 is the national debt, 4 is Medicaid, and 5 is the national defense. Cool. The general fund doesn't pay for Social Security. The Social Security Trust pays for Social Security. So number 1 off the bat shouldn't even be on your fucking list. Okay? Number 1 should not even be on your list. Number 2, Medicare. Medicare Part A is paid for not out of the general fund. B, C, D, yeah. Now, when we talk about Social Security, we're talking about Social Security, natural retirement, Social Security, disability, Social Security, supplemental. And what we need to do is, in order for people to understand Social Security, SSDI, and SSI, we need to call them different things. We need to start calling them different terms because the populace isn't bright enough to get it. The populace doesn't grasp it. But at the end of the day, if we have $400 billion to bomb Iran with, if we have billions of dollars to give to Israel, why can't we feed American children? And this, I asked the guy the same question. Boom, 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 boom. I finally said, look, man, if you hate the kids, just say you hate the kids. I'll respect that. I'll disagree with it, but I'll respect it. And he's like, well, when did nobody's saying I hate the kids. Dude, I've said that to you in 3 consecutive posts. It's the word before. Americans will spend money on anything before Americans. Well, we need to go to the moon. Okay. Again, you may believe going to the moon is a really important thing for America. And I'm going to disagree with you that going to the moon should happen before we feed kids. No, we're going to the moon. We're not going on the moon. We're not going on the moon. See, prepositions matter. We're going... I want to feed kids before we go to the moon. Yeah, we're doing a loop around it and back. Okay. My question is, why in God's green earth do people feel that we need to go to the moon before we feed hungry kids? And they won't answer it. And then people are like, oh, well, you're boxing me in, and I never said that. No, I did. I'm asking you a pointed question. Why is bombing Iran more important than feeding American children? Why is going to the moon more important than feeding American children? Do you think this war all over again in the Middle East has to do with uranium and less to do with anything else? Like, has this ever been a thought for most people? Okay, so I'm not naive, and I understand the idea that if we allow Iran to have nuclear weapons, and let's not bullshit, if Iran is allowed to have nuclear weapons, they're going to use them. And you don't know that for a fact. I do know that for a fact. Well, how do you know? Because they've said it. They have said, if we get nuclear weapons, we will remove Israel. Okay, so, that may be, but I still want to feed hungry kids first. Yeah, we're talking about building bases on the moon. How about addressing the housing crisis on this planet? Yeah. I agree with you. I fully support colonizing the moon. I want to feed American children first. That's all I want to do. And it's like people don't want to feed hungry kids. Now, I talk about feeding American children, and people are like, well, what about the children in other parts of the world? I want to feed them too, after I feed the American kids. What part aren't we getting? What part don't we understand? I'll feed every hungry kid on the planet. We just got to do it in a certain order. It's got to go in order. American taxpayer dollars feeds American kids first. Not enough native resources? Yeah, but I support colonizing the moon for this reason. I support colonizing the moon for the idea of, if we can manage to figure out how to colonize the moon, then we can manage to figure out how to colonize Mars. And if we figure out how to colonize Mars, it gets us one step closer to being able to leave our own solar system. We can't try to colonize Mars unless we know how to colonize the moon. It's basically the premise of Marathon. Earth decided to relocate resources from the colony on Mars to exploring Tel Ceti 4 and left the Martians in famine and poverty. well, yeah, it's also the premise of The Expanse and the Belter Loader. Yeah, Native Americans aren't American, apparently. Why do we care if we can leave our solar system? Well, that's a great question. Because we know the sun has an expiration date. The sun will eventually go supernova. It will eventually die. It is just a factor of suns. So, granted, it's going to be many lifetimes from now, but if we don't start thinking about that problem today, eventually we're going to reach a point where humanity is stuck on the only planet it's ever been on, and it's gone. Although some could make the argument that given how humans treat each other, we probably don't have anything to offer space to begin with, which would also probably be true. Iran has your enriched uranium. Yeah, the problem is that Iran has pretty useless enriched uranium. They've over-enriched it for the purpose of power generation, and they don't have the ability yet to enrich it to 90%, which is what you really need for it to be weapons grade and then other useful level. 60% enriched uranium, shit, we can produce thousands of pounds of that, because that's not the hard part. Getting it to 60 is not the hard part. Getting it to 90 is the hard part. Do I think Trump is a bully? Yes, I think Trump is a bully. I think Trump is a bully who doesn't understand that when you have a bipartisan system of government and your entire campaign is based on shitting on the other side, don't think of it as a giant surprise when you can't get anything done because you literally pissed off the other side. You laughed at, you mocked, you ridiculed the other side, and they told you pound sand. Yeah, we're one meteor away from extinction anyway. That is also true. I reckon the second a company can do it, it's just going to get broken or voided somehow. Well, yeah, like everything else. It's because, and I say this, and people don't want to do it because it's hard. It's hard reading. Go read John Locke, Rousseau, Hobbes. Read the people that tell you, read all the people that tell you what the state of man is, and then realize you can't put guardrails on the state of man. You simply cannot. The state of humans is that they don't want guardrails. The state of humans is that they want ultimate freedom. Until you make better humans, better enlightened humans, humans are always going to have a flaw. And that flaw is that they're self-interested. Humans are always going to be self-interested until we change the state of humans. And you can change the state of humans, but it's going to take multiple generations. And remember, if it truly is a human aspect that humans are self-interested, if that is really our core nature, then you can never change it. If we are destined to be selfish creatures, if our nature is selfish creature, you can't nurture out that state. You simply cannot. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much work you put into it, if humans are greedy and selfish from birth, then we'll always be greedy and selfish. Because all it takes is one, literally, all it takes is one person to not be raised, reared properly, and you end up with a really fucked up scenario then, where everybody else, what you end up with is the movie Demolition Man. You have one person who is programmed to be wickedly criminal. Yeah, you have Simon Phoenix. And then he enters a society of people that are peaceful and loving. And that's our problem. Our problem is also, and I know some people don't like when I use like pop culture references or TV show references, but everybody rooted for Rick and the survivors over Negan. And they didn't think to themselves, well, Rick's people killed dozens of Negan's people without provocation. Like, Negan had claimed this part of the land. You claimed Alexandria and Hilltop, and you said it was yours and you had the right to do what you need. Right? Yeah, oh, I know. The Walking Dead New York is fucking amazing. It absolutely is. The problem is people always vote or side with the side that they're told to. You sided with the Rebel Alliance in Star Wars. You sided with you sided with the insurgents in Divergent. You sided with the districts in the Hunger Games. But in the real world, you don't side. You continue to not side with the quote good guys. That's because, you know, unlike a movie, you don't get to tell me who the good guys are. I get to decide who the good guys are. And that's what's hard for some people to wrap their head around. Negan was a loving father and character in those two offshoots. He was. Negan was a loving character in the original show. Think about what he said. He says one of his top guys is saying they're going to go to Hilltop and they're going to kill everybody. And he says people are a resource, money on the table. People are the foundation of what we are building here. He doesn't, yeah, sure, he creates a two-class system. Well, if you think about society, a two-class system is communism. And people immediately say, oh, no, communism is everybody's equal. What the fuck were you mistaught about communism? Communism has a ruling class above everybody to make sure that everybody stays equal. Because everybody can't be equal unless there's a group of people to make everybody equal. And that's the piece we miss. You think that a society can actually exist where a garbage man makes the same as a doctor? Sounds great if you have the skill set to be the fuck is this? Sounds great to be if you're the skill set that you can only be the garbage man. I don't hear too many doctors advocating that garbage men should make the same as them. Because, you know, is the garbage man enriching uranium to 90%? Yeah. When people say everybody should get the same wage regardless of the job they do, I don't think somebody wants to go to medical school be in school and training for 11 years to make the same as the garbage man who can learn how to do their job. And let's not bullshit. I'm not saying that being a garbage man is easy. I'm not saying that's not physical demanding. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm saying you can learn to be a garbage man in the better part of like an afternoon of training. Here's how you drive the truck. Here's how the lift on the front works. We're not really we're not talking complex here. It's a necessary job that I don't want to do, but at the same time, I don't see us paying garbage men the same as a teacher. I just don't think our society can work that way. Otherwise, everybody would want to be a garbage man. I'm sorry, Johnny. Yeah, you don't even need to be the driver. You're right. DEI though, no, you're in this case, you're not wrong. In this is a place where DEI becomes a major talking point. This is where you would identify the gaps in society. Why is this district only producing garbage men and street sweepers and janitors? Why doesn't this district ever produce doctors? Oh, well, let's go in and take a look at their school system. Yeah, let's. Oh, shit. They have bad teachers. They have a bad tax base. Oh, shit. So, you know, we wonder why video game discussions get so fucked up. Well, that's because people are fucked up. People are dumb. Can't make positive progress in a society where people aren't willing to say shit, maybe I'm part of the problem. There will always be haves and have-nots. I would like to disagree with you. I think that we can get to a point where we don't have to have-nots. I think we are capable of reaching a point where we have everybody has, but what we have is wants and wants-nots. And what I mean by that is I don't want to live in a society where we just put our hands up and say 1 in 6 American kids has to live in poverty and not have enough to eat. I don't want to live in that society. I have no interest in that. If the best we can do is, oh, well, we can't feed everyone, but we're doing really good, then I want to bring the whole system down because the system is based on a bullshit premise. I want everybody to be fed. I want everybody to have clothing. I want everybody to have shelter. But what I don't want is everybody to have all the toys that they want. You want toys? Get a good paying job. Work for it. How about a society where we have mores and have less? I think we get to that society by saying what we have is everybody has the necessities of life, and then people can shut the fuck up about wanting luxuries because they have to go work for it. Take our military service, for example. People of the same rank are being the same, they do different jobs. That is true. People of the same rank do different jobs. However, the more complex jobs are generally weighted more to have faster promotions because the highly technical jobs are smaller in number. Like you have the infantry in the army, the 11 Bravos. Rank doesn't really get thrown out fast there because there's so many of them. My career field was less than 400 people. Unless you were a slug, you were making rank as a BMet pretty much first time you were eligible because we're not fucking about. And since your promotions are based See, your promotion is based across your career field, not across everybody. So it's not like the people with the easy jobs are all getting promoted and the people with the hard jobs aren't getting promoted at all. And then the other piece you have to factor in, because you bring up a great point, an amazing point. People with highly skilled technical jobs, if we don't allow them to make early ranks a little bit weighted higher and faster, then what's going to happen is they're going to leave the military, and we're constantly going to be in a state of training highly skilled jobs. As opposed to, there's not really a good straight up, well, there wasn't, there is now, but there's not really an easy peasy crossover between infantry and a civilian job market, other than security. I swear it exists, and 5% harder than others have been promoted ahead of peers. I've only been in O for 4 years. Yeah, but when you promote, well, first of all, which branch of service are you? Because that's gonna make a difference. I know the Air Force after I've retired. Army. So yeah, it may be different in the Army. I can only speak about the Air Force. I mean, I can speak a little bit about the Army from friends in the Army or family that was in the Army, but in the Air Force, I watched people with technical jobs get promoted more often, but then again, you kind of tend to know everybody in the technical jobs because they're smaller. Now, where I'll agree with you, and I think you'll agree with me, I don't know if the Army's changed it, but the Air Force radically changed promotions so that just because you've been at, like, time in grade, time in service points for your promotions all changed a lot. And I didn't keep up with all of them because I was getting out of the service, but I think there's fundamentally a problem with the idea that we're giving you extra points on your promotion score because you've been at this rank for 7 years. If you've been at that rank for 7 years and you've taken the promotion test 4 times, you should, we would hope, be getting better at your promotion tests, earning the points you need to make rank. I don't think because you've been in E5 for 7 years, you should be getting 35 points towards your promotion, because maybe you're just a really good E5 and you're not going to be a really good E6. You know, something I think they factored in and considered. If you're a slug and you're only getting promoted because you've been in that rank for 7 years, maybe we don't want you in the next rank. But, and I'm sure, you know, when we used to have high year of tenure, in E5 used to be able to retire with a 20-year pension. Now we moved the high year of tenure so that you have to make E6 in order to retire. Well, that's not bad. That means you have to constantly be progressing. Oh, so you guys, your guys' promotion from O3 to O4 is tied to your tied to having the first part of your ribbon. What we call it in the Air Force, we call it your developmental ribbon. You have to be a flight commander. You have to be a flight commander. You have to be an OIC and a flight commander. And if you're an LRO in my which was my career field, you have to have your testing done. Oh, see, we don't have that. We can't even go to squadron officer school until we're a captain. And then you don't have to have done an for us, the first billet we could have that would be along your lines, it's in our squadrons, it's called the operations officer. We can't even be an OPSO until we're a major. Generally, you do flight commander, OIC. Sometimes you go to a MAGCOM and you serve as a staff officer, but yeah, we can't even, except at the smallest of squadrons, we can't even, for LROs, we can't even be an OPSO until we're an 04. It's just, you don't, like, you can be the acting OPSO, which I was, you can be an acting commander, which I was, but you won't be seated in the position. I mean, it takes a lot of maneuvering to get a captain into an OPSO billet, unless extenuating circumstances. They're filling the billet for a deployed individual, and they're going to be in that position for 6 months. But is the military socialism? Yeah, in a way, the military is socialism. Everybody gets fed. You get specific money for housing, BAH. You get specific money for food, basic allowance for sustenance. So in a way, the military is socialism. Do I think another MMO will ever have open development after Ash has basically showed us it's a bullshit term? I think there is a lot of value. I truly believe there is a lot of value in open development for an MMO. However, break, it can't be done the way Ashes did it. It has to be done in a way that you are building something, and then what you're doing is you're showing off what you've built, and then you're not asking us to design it. You're not asking us to build the camel or build the horse by committee. You're saying, we built this, tell me what all the flaws in it are. What I want to know is, what do you guys see? What flaws do you guys see in what we've built? Not, hey, we've got this vague idea. Why did Riot scrap their MMO project? That's a great question. They looked at it and they no doubt said, this isn't going to be widely received. This isn't going to be loved. This isn't going to be what people want. So instead of us investing more time, more effort, more resources, more energy, more man hours into going down 40 miles of bad road, what we're going to do is we're just going to call it here, scrap it, and start over. Like, for example, one of the things that pisses me off when I see contractors, you're building a house and you pour a foundation, and the foundation is cracked. Before you ever start putting any house up on top of a foundation, you see that the foundation is cracked. A good contractor will understand that they need to rip out. No, they scrapped it. Riot has said they scrapped the entire vision, all the work they've done, and they went all the way back to square one. They're not trying to iterate their way out of a bad product. They're starting over. They've literally said, we didn't think there was viability in what we've already built, so we're starting over. They did do a complete dev reset, but yeah, they're going in a new direction. But that's the right answer. For where they were in development, that was absolutely the right answer. You're not so far committed. It's like, back to the construction example. If we're pouring a foundation, and I get there and the foundation is cracked, before they've put any lumber up, any framing, I'm gonna look at them and say, hell no. You're not putting in foundation anchors. You absolutely are not. What you are doing is you're ripping it out and you're repouring it. That is the only acceptable answer. And wait, and they say why? I'm going to say because foundation anchors are a solution to a problem, not this problem. Like, not... Foundation anchors are something you put in when you've got the whole house built, and then the foundation cracks, and you had no way to anticipate the foundation was going to crack. Then you put in foundation anchors. See, I love when people run around you, and this is why, this is why people are dumb. They see you raising yourself, so instead of running the other fucking direction, they run to you and they bring the aggro of the mob to you, which then kills you. That's why people are dumb. I've played Vindictus, or Vindictus. It's a good game. No, they don't want my free shit. They're just dumb. Have I done initial research on Lord of Mysteries MMO? I have not. Because I didn't even know about it. Unreal Engine 5 based MMO developed by Spark Nexa, featuring open world adaptation of the popular web novel. It offers cross-platform gameplay with a focus on steampunk, Lovecraftian atmosphere, featuring 500 player faction wars. It's gonna fail.
Join
It's gonna fail. The reason why it's gonna fail is because you've literally put something in to try to you're trying to promise something you can't deliver. You cannot deliver 500 person faction wars. You can certainly develop wars that have 500 people participating in them, but not on the same field. So you can't make it seem like you're going to have 500 people fighting against each other at the same time, because you can't make that happen. And the reason why you can't make that happen is simple. The technology doesn't exist on planet Earth yet. Not, oh, well, somebody hasn't developed it. It is correct that nobody has developed it because it can't at present be developed. We don't have hardware that can handle that many concurrent players. And because I don't know a lot about this shit, because I'm not a game designer, I spend an awful lot of time pestering game designers that I know, asking them questions, and it always comes back to the same thing. You cannot technology your way out of a problem that then creates the problem. Like, Steven Sharif bullshitted all the time about how dynamic gridding was going to solve this problem, and they were going to, dynamic gridding was going to allow them to have 60 people on grid at the same time. Oh, okay. No problem. So how is your grid controller going to save executable actions when you divide a battlefield into two? And the immediate response is, well, when we divide the battlefield into two, now we have two grid controllers, which allows us to have twice as many people. And I say, great. Now, what do you do? The fact that you took a battlefield, you divided into two with dynamic gridding, but now your grids each use more actions, bundling and processing character data across the grid lines. Because when you divide a grid out, and this is people, I've talked to numerous Unreal Engine 5 devs, and they all agree with me, and they've helped me come to this more refined answer. And I'll pop out here real quick. So what you have is you have a big ass fight, right? And then what you do is you divide the grid in two. So now what we have to do is we're going to surround this grid with a different color because it's now its own independent grid. The problem is you have a character here attacking a character here. Let's say the original grid could handle 2 million processes in 60 seconds. The numbers vary. Mileage may vary. I'm just giving you a number so that we can look at the concept. When we divide this into two, a lot of people believe that now we have 4 million processes every 60 seconds, which we do. But because we're talking about communicating across grid controllers, this action, and I'm boiling this down a lot smaller than it should be. This number should be bigger. But I want to cast a fireball at you. That takes 10 actions. The check, do you have mana to do it? The check, are they in range? The check, casting time. The check, the damage bundle. But now the problem is the target isn't under the control of the grid I'm bundling it up to. So now we're just going to put the grid up here. I have to send, the grid is doing all this, but if you envision this, the grid now has to say to the other grid, hey, Jalan just cast a fireball at that guy. Here's the outgoing data package. It's 7,600 damage of fire. So now this grid controller says, okay, got it. I grab this character, and now I have to take that data package and I have to apply damage mitigation. Now here's where it gets more complicated. Everybody around has to get the hit point update if they're displaying that information. So that grid controller has to send that information to as many clients that are within range of receiving that information. But where you start to have a compounding problem is now this grid controller says, oh, by the way, can you please update all of those clients for the action that I just resolved? So where did you gain actions in your time interval? Because now the two grid controllers are using those actions communicating with each other. And all the people that lapped up dynamic gridding, as Steven talked about it, and they were just sucking on the dick of Steven's got the answer. Okay, then why is it that I numerous times asked, and I told other content creators, go ask him this question, and nobody had the ball sack to go ask him the question? And the reason why is simple. Because deep down inside, they knew if they asked that question, they would have their heart broken, because Steven would either A, ignore it, or B, he would try to fumble fuck through some dog shit answer, and then it would just feed more criticism. Carthos says the dynamic gridding didn't exist. You can't convince me it did at this point. The fact they tried shopping the studio around and no company wanted to buy it just for this groundbreaking tech system tells me that. Dynamic gridding existed. It didn't work. It existed. Dynamic gridding hasn't been around for years. The idea of dynamic gridding has been around for years, and in fact, a version of dynamic gridding is in Unreal Engine 5, out of the box. It's just bad. It just doesn't do what people think it does, because it gets accompanied with the idea of, yes, dynamic gridding is possible. Break. It is better. It is better to focus on content density. So what's content density? Content density is where you say, instead of having 500 people on one battlefield, we're going to create a battlefield that's 5 points of interest. Yes, it exists in the way a car exists when they haven't built the engine yet. It's just a wagon that doesn't work as intended. I think more fair to Hunter, because I don't want to dogpile and shit on dynamic gridding. I think more fair to Hunter, the developer that developed it, is dynamic gridding was meant to be a spaceship, and Steven was marketing it like a spaceship and telling everybody it was going to solve all these problems. Meanwhile, Hunter's there and he's in the backyard and saying, hey guys, I built a swing set. It does exactly what I said it would do. It just doesn't take you to space because I never said it would. It does in fact divide the grid into two, which can make a smaller fight feel smoother. But what it doesn't do is all this ridiculous bullshit Steven is trying to say it does. And I believe, personally, that's why Hunter left. I believe Hunter looked at it and said, this asshole keeps saying that it's going to add inches. It's going to add inches to your dick. And meanwhile, Hunter's like, guys, it doesn't do any of that. Guys, it doesn't do that at all. You know what I'm saying? He's like, no, it doesn't do that. Please stop saying, you know what? Since you won't stop saying it does things it doesn't do, I'm just going to piece the fuck out. I think that's what happened. Do I think Roshan will ever get another job because that motherfucker is going to need Make-A-Wish to get employed again? You know, after seeing, it's one thing, and I will be the first to admit, it is one thing for me to show stuff that happened to me, and people say, well, maybe he just didn't like you. Sure, no problem. I don't think liking me or not liking me should have anything the fuck to do with death threats against me on your Discord, death threats against my friends on your Discord. Well, sure, maybe he doesn't like me and maybe he's glad people were making death threats against me so that I would leave. Cool. No fucking problem. I'll accept that. Here's what I don't accept. It wasn't just me going to Roshan about getting death threats. It was other people as well. And what I have a problem with is Roshan's way of handling it was, well, the staff is overwhelmed. Look, man, put it in parallel. The last thing I ever wanted as a commander was for any of my people to get hurt, a flight commander. I never wanted people to get hurt. But when I'm at work and it's just about time to go home, and one of my airmen comes to me, which an airman coming to the flight commander direct is always a warning sign that something may not be right. But when my airman comes to me and says, LT, do you have a minute? Yes, of course I do. I really don't. I have places to be. I don't. But what do you need, airman? And then hold on. Whoa. I gotta pull out the little card. This is a reminder that I am a member of your chain of command. There are certain things that if you report to me, they will become automatically unrestricted reports. Do you want to continue with this conversation? And yes, I know it sounds trivial and I know it sounds trite, but that's actually what we had to do. Because if a female airman came to you and said they were sexually assaulted, if they tell their flight commander, the flight commander is bound to report it to security forces. I don't have the option to allow you to make an unrestricted report. So I say that, and if they say, well, who can you direct me to? I can direct you to a lot of people. And I'm more than happy to do that. I just can't have you tell me you were sexually assaulted You can tell me, but then I got to call OSI. I got to call the commander. I got to call the first shirt. I'm required by law, by literal law, not like preference, but law. So I used to say that to him. Like, look, you can tell me anything you want to tell me. But if you're about to tell me that thing, options get taken away from us. And I had an airman come to me and say she was sexually assaulted on a day that I will be the first to admit I did not have time for this shit. But she's my responsibility. So I said, you need to give me 3 minutes and then you will have 100% of my attention. And had to call somebody and say, hey, I need you, I need you to pick up my daughter. Why? I'll explain later. I need you to pick up my daughter. There's not a time for me to explain to you right now. Just go pick up my fucking daughter. And the person did. And then I was like, okay, cool, here we go. Now you have 100% of my attention. How do you want to do this? And it took me 3 or 4 hours to get the airman settled. The airman was suicidal. The airman was besides themselves with anger and grief, and had to get the airman calmed down and talking. And we put her in she wanted to go to the hospital. She wanted to go to the psych ward. So we put her there, and that takes hours. Roshan showed me that he doesn't give a fuck about his community. He only gives a fuck about his paycheck. Because if I was doing Roshan's job and somebody came to me and said, hey, there's a death threat against me, if I'm a senior community manager, I wouldn't be deferring it anywhere. I would be being a man, and I would be fucking solving it. I would be resolving this issue. If somebody's making death threats, they're going away. But they didn't give a shit. Steven talked all this mad shit. I don't do marketing. We're not paying for Roshan. We're not doing marketing. Then why the fuck are you employed? Because community managers are a form of marketing. Oh, well, we're not doing paid marketing. Oh, really, asshole? Well, here's your fucking bill receipt that says you're doing paid marketing. So now what? That whole company, all the people that worked for that company, they're all shitbirds. Not the rank and file programmers, but like the public facing people. Roshan, Vaknar's a fucking meat puppet. Steven himself. I'm not taking a salary. Motherfucker, you took 1.5 million in 5 years. You have the company paying for your car, which means backers were paying for your car. But since those desperate motherfuckers wanted to give Steven all their money, guess what? I'm glad some people in the community lost all their money. I'm glad there's people in the community that are like, man, this sucks. I'm $5,000 into ashes. $5,000 that I can't really afford. Well, why the fuck are you putting $5,000 into a video game? Sounds like you had too much money. Robert Dawson, all mad. Lost $80 million. Good, fuck him. I'm glad Nephis finally revealed what the document I've been sitting on after I did what I should do with it. I'm glad he went over it. The dude coming to him about his kids being threatened was the cherry on top of the Roshan shit Sunday. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the one. I shared it. Roshan should never be a community manager at any video game company again. Roshan should never... Oh, this is new. That's why I think Margaret was dog shit at her job. I'm sure she's a nice person. Oh, damn. What the hell is that? The game he got new moves. I'm sure she's, wait, he can grab you even up here? What the hell? I'm sure she's a nice person. She managed a team of the most incompetent people I've ever had to encounter, and you work for the government. Oh, yeah. And I don't think, I think she's incompetent as well. Because Margaret has this problem where if Margaret is challenged, she gets mad, and then she says stupid shit, and then she forgets that she's saying shit in a written format. So then when it gets thrown in her face months later, she's like, well, that's not what we meant. You're the community marketing lead and you can't communicate in a clear and concise format? And then you're the director of communications and you can't communicate? Like, no, I'm sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this story? It's like when if there was no Yoshi P in video games, I could understand why game directors wouldn't know how to behave. But Yoshi P, it demonstrates all the time to game developers how they should engage with their communities. Yoshi P breaks down crying because customers aren't satisfied with the product, and he feels like he failed his customers. That's a fucking creative director right there. That's a leader. Yeah, the funny thing is she left one multi-level marketing boss to go work for a utility company that's only one step removed from being a multi-level marketing company. Yeah. But that's probably because, honestly, well, let me back up a second, though. Aeon 2 has Crolin as their fucking North American or Western producer. Why the fuck would a company hire Crolin? Why would a video game company hire Crolin, period? Like, what? Why? The ArcAge community hates that motherfucker because he literally lied about what ArcAge Unchained was and then never appeared on another live stream. Crolin, I don't want the karma of something bad happening to him on my soul, so I don't wish ill on people. But what I will say is that if he was on fire and I had water, I would drink it. That's all I'm saying. Like, he is a shitbird of a human being. That's why we have the problem that we have in video games right now. The problem is we don't speak out for what we want and what's good. We literally only ever say when we have a problem with something, and we don't pay attention and listen when somebody else is saying something we like is a problem. So we have game development companies that have no idea what they should be building and who they should be building it for. Well, you wonder why you keep getting shit games. After her statement to the community took no accountability for her pushing the lie, it was all, oh, I can't believe this happened to me. I really love my team. They were the best. And then her begging for a job. Yeah, Margaret set up a fucking job fair to make it look like she was setting up a job fair for all these people. Margaret, you literally went and fucking bullshitted about a guy who was trying to tell the truth, and you created a narrative that lied to the community for the better part of a year, because you said we were removing individuals that weren't a good fit for our company. Not a good fit for your company. You offered one of them a promotion 2 weeks prior. I can't wait for more shit to come out between all the lawsuits. Like, no shit, man. This company is a team of fucking shitbirds. Is Margaret as bad as Steven? No. But is it really better to just be the Temu Steven? Damn right. You're damn right. It's like, you could love a game. I could absolutely love a game. I could love a company. But if they hired Cellestrata to be their community manager, I would suddenly find myself probably not loving that game. Because if you hire a shitbird like Cellestrata to be your community manager, then I don't want anything to do with your company. Because then it means something's wrong at your company. You didn't know that you shouldn't hire Cellestrata to be your community manager, so you didn't really vet this person. When's the Netflix documentary? I've thought about writing a book about it, an ebook. The whole open development was poor. You got to choose when and what to share. Zero pressure to create vertical slices instead of releasing info months behind the current development when a whole system is at an iterative level. Well, you should never be... Okay. You shouldn't be creating vertical slices in order to showcase things, and that's one of the places where Intrepid failed. And this is why Margaret was the wrong person to have in charge of marketing. You don't build something to show it, because then you run into an issue. You showcase what you have built. You don't commit to a monthly tempo. And if you remember, for years I said to them, they need, if they feel so inclined to do a monthly update, then 1 month do a showcase, 1 month do a 1 month do a Q&A, and then 1 month do something other, so that you're constantly rolling between 3 products. Okay, guys. It's the quarterly game look at. Yeah, that was a crazy tempo. Fireside chats would have been better. Yes. Absolutely. But the problem is, Steven was lying about... Steven felt like he needed to lie all the time to everybody to make absolutely everybody happy. And the truth is, the people that he was trying to make happy were the people that had ulterior motives for being his friend. Like DA, who wanted to be able to sell gold and not get in trouble and have the CEO willing to unban him. And that alone coming out about Steven, that he unbanned DA when DA was selling gold, that alone, Steven, is damning to you. That alone is, you're a shitbird. If I knew nothing else about you, that would be enough. We have multiple former employees come out and say a lot of manpower and resources each month went into just making the live stream video content. Yeah, we do. Yeah, they're spending extra time slicing. They're making marketing products. And that is where Steven was living a lie. He could not afford a 3-3 and a 2-3 turns out to be a 4-3. One of these days, this system will make sense. Steven could not afford for the machine to stop because the machine was the lie. The machine was the funding. He couldn't afford any slowdown, because the moment he has a slowdown, people are going to start raising an eyebrow. But then again, I've seen Jason Karamanis' emails to Steven Sharif, and I have to laugh. Like, dude, you're a fucking moron. The guy doesn't have the first fucking clue to what he's doing, and you're just giving him more and more money. You deserve to lose your money. What are things people bought in Ashes that cost $5,000? Well, some people had the Phoenix Initiative Founders Pack from Kickstarter, and then they bought dozens of monthly cosmetics. There was a Kickstarter pack that was 5,000. Some people bought that. But if you think about it, every month there was $125 worth of cosmetics being sold. And a lot of people bought a lot of cosmetics. You know, a guy that had PI, he showed me their cosmetic inventory. He had easily 10,000 in the game. Yeah. And the trick here is that guy should be mad as fuck at himself. He should be mad as fuck at himself. Not at anybody else. Himself. Yeah, you were buying every ship for a while. They were 20 bucks a pop. And the really sad part, right, is Steven does not give a shit because he said, oh, these documents are going to come out and they're going to vindicate me. What fucking documents are going to come out? What documents are going to come out that are going to vindicate you there, Big Papa? Because I'm pretty fucking certain there's no document that can come out that will vindicate you in the slightest. Like, you're fucked. And you're federally fucked. Like, there's a time and a place where people can say, well, I'm innocent. Okay, well, if you're innocent, then why don't you throw some documents out there that prove it? But Steven made his statements, and then Jason Karamanis released a bunch of documents that hurt Steven's credibility. Well, dude, you're pretty much a shitbird. You pretty much brought this on yourself. And it would be fine if that was the extent of it. But what he did was he hurt the industry. Yeah, he fucked around with loans and taxes. We know this. There's evidence to prove this. If you fucked around with those things, then it's very likely you fucked around with other stuff. Steven is very likely going to go to jail. I added very likely. Because you put then it's very likely you fucked around with other stuff. I just moved your very likely down to the other line as well, because it should be there. But yeah, it's very likely that you're going to jail. Because you decided to fuck around and now you're going to find out. But what, slap on the wrist and house arrest? No, generally when you start fucking around with the IRS, they don't like you. The IRS isn't a really big fan of you fucking around. Like, people go to jail for fucking around with the IRS. The people that get the slaps on the wrist and house arrest are the ones that how shall we say, fucked around and came clean. Like, they went to the IRS to say, all right, I might have fucked around with my taxes a little bit. Or I might have been fucked by the people I trusted to do my taxes. Like, Steve Harvey didn't even get in any trouble. Steve Harvey's accountant was never sending the checks to the IRS. Wesley Snipes just wasn't paying taxes. Nicolas Cage, his people were allowing him to buy just monumentally stupid shit. Scared the crap out of me. The garbage man's there. Normally the garbage man is done by this time. I got to get my money for the week. I will be right back, and I'll take Karthos's big long block of text. All right, Karthos says, I think that's what's going to hurt Steven the most. The reputational damage. People keep asking, why is Steven even fighting? He's not getting the studio back. He's not getting money from this. It's likely to shift the blame away from him. He's trying to salvage his reputation. But I also think on some level, Steven's ego is telling him he actually is the victim. So he may 100% believe that. Here's the crux of it. Steven got rich and he wanted to get richer, which is fine, which is great, you know. I don't fault Steven for wanting to get richer because Steven, we've seen the numbers. He employed a lot of people, right? He employed an awful lot of people. A lot of people benefited. But Steven realistically has enough money to move to like small town nowhere Iowa and live the rest of his life in comfort. Like, you can live on about $2.5 to $3.5 million for your whole life. Hold on a second, I gotta correct something. I don't even think Steven enjoys gaming or is a gamer, as we've seen what he showcased. Steven likes to feel important. When Dawson had a $25 million plan to make the funding wholesome again, Steven wanted no part in it because he wasn't getting any part of the pie. Let me stop you right there. Dawson didn't have a $25 million plan to make the funding wholesome again. Let me stop people right there. Dawson had about $12 million plan, okay, to launch the game in a shit state to take advantage of the hype around Ashes so that they could attempt to recoup their money. They only had a plan through the end of 2027. They had numbers that showed all they cared about was a pump and dump. And, not to pick on GigaBear, but he's the only example I have of this, what happened was people like GigaBear, who love Ashes as an idea, they rallied to Dawson's side because they felt that it was a dichotomy. It was, should I be on Team Steven or should I be on Team Dawson? The truth of the matter is, you shouldn't be on either fucking team because they're both trying to fuck you in the ass. It's not about it. When you fall victim to a dichotomy choice, it's, do you want to get kicked in the left nut or do you want to get kicked in the right nut? And I'm like, whoa. Hold on. You're operating on a presumption that I've already conceded the point. I'm accepting a kick to the nuts. I ain't getting kicked in the nuts today by either of you. So I'll take door number 3, and I'm not going to support you, and I'll condemn you both. Dawson didn't have a $25 million plan to launch Ashes the way it should be launched. He had a $25 million plan. It took you 9 fucking years to get to this point, and he thought in 9 months. Dawson believed $12 million in 9 months was going to get the game to a launchable state. The rest of it, though, I agree with you. Steven never cared about Ashes of Creation launching. Steven cared about Steven Sharif launching Ashes of Creation. If he can't do it himself, he chose to tear it all down. Okay. While I believe part of that is true, I do believe Steven Sharif stumbled into having a conscience at the very end. It's why smart people who were raised with parents with morals can't do what Steven did. I can't do what Steven did because I can't lie to people for my own betterment. If Elon Musk shows up at my door, gives me $1 billion and says, build a MMORPG, okay, I'll do it. If he comes to me and says, build a prototype of an MMORPG that I can use to solicit funding, I'll be like, nah, not my style, man. You have enough money. You don't need to be. But then we find out Steven probably didn't have $30 million to self-fund the game. So, right? It's like Steven could, if he really gave a shit, like what Karthos is saying and what you're saying is he has an ego trip problem. If he actually wanted to save his reputation, he could show that he has that money. But we know he doesn't have that money. The better question, though, is where the fuck did all his personal money go? Also, as I say to people all the time, and the Steven thing is a great talking example, you don't go into business with your family. You don't go into business with your friends. You don't do this. The reason why you don't do this is friends and family aren't good for business, and business isn't good for family. It's both ways no good. We don't do this. We shouldn't be doing this. You don't steal from your mom. You don't not pay back your brother. And it hurts. It's painful. But sometimes you just got to say to yourself, look, man, I can't really absorb losses if you don't pay me back. It's like I have friends, I told you guys, the actual true, remember when I said, when I first started streaming, I didn't know what I was going to do, and then I said, oh, I'm going to build PGN Music, and I built PGN Music, and yeah, I want to build it up some more. I want to get to about 1,000 songs. We have 700 now. I want to get to about 1,000. I'm waiting for the federal tax return to come in, and then I'm really going to sit down and dispense out about $3,000 in production money. The trick is, though, the next thing I want to do is I want to actually dig into being successful as a streamer so that I can start a charitable organization, because I'm tired of all the bad in the world. Why are you afraid of me? I don't have a gun out. I'm just tired of all the bad in the world. And you need money to combat the bad in the world. There's just no other way around it. So I want to figure out a way to get sponsorships so that the sponsors can pay for the charity work. And it's a daunting thought process to get started, but I think it's worth it. I think the problems we have is that everybody is just so exhausted. What if good people didn't stop caring? They just got too tired to care anymore. And I don't know how we solve that problem. I wish I knew how to solve that problem, but I just don't. We will finally get to see Jay do hot tub streams. No, I was gonna do the hot tub stream, but then one person made it incredibly weird. Like, one person actually would not shut the fuck up about it, and they made it incredibly weird. And, no. No, I can't handle... Yeah, and I'm saying, like, let me say it to you this way. One guy made it incredibly weird. To the point where that's not happening. Only so many times you can reach out your hand to help and get bit. Yeah, and that's the other problem. Like, I tell the story about the woman who I've known for 30 years. Her husband left her. He's a piece of shit. He doesn't take care of his kids. And he basically sexually assaults her under the guise of, you're my wife. But it's like, look, man, there's only so much I can do. If you won't leave him, there's, like, yes, leaving him and divorcing him and going through that process will be painful. But you can't get a better situation if you're not willing to, you know, go through a little bit of pain now for long-term benefit and relief. I just can't fathom why people want to stay in a shitty position. But I get it. I understand, because they're afraid, and fear is a powerful motivator, and I get it, and no problem. But you can't keep asking me for help if you're not willing. If you're not willing to piece the fuck out, then you can't ask me for help anymore. And then I hate when they turn it around on you and they say, well, what you're doing now is you're setting conditions for me getting help. Yeah, I am. Guess what? So does the bank. The bank has terms and conditions for you to get help. I think we've reached a point, man, where, honestly, and I feel this way, society might just be cooked. We might, like, we might just be at the point where it was a good run. Can't win them all. It was a good run. We gotta close it down now. The difference is the bank gains from helping you. Well, yeah, the bank gains from helping you, but the bank still has terms and conditions. It's like my daughter, I tell the story, I don't mind sharing, because I'm sure parents out there are gonna, I'm a little bit older than some people, so some people are going to have this problem later on with their kids. My daughter dropped out of high school. She was in her own apartment. She dropped out of high school, and I said, my kids and I have the relationship of, up until your 18th birthday, if you want to do something, you better be willing to you better be ready to give me 3 reasons for why I should let you do it. It doesn't have to be 3 unique reasons, but you better be able to articulate why I should let you do this. In exchange, after you turn 18, all I would ask is that you give me the opportunity to give you 3 reasons why what you're doing might not be a good idea. And my daughter came to me, and my daughter said, I want to drop out of high school. And I said, well, you're not 18 yet, but you're going to be 18 in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, I can't. In 2 weeks, there's nothing I can do to stop you, because you'll be 18. But you don't want to drop out of high school for these reasons. Blah, 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 blah. And she's like, I appreciate that, but I'm still going to drop out of high school. The only question is now is, do I drop out of high school today or do I drop out of high school in 2 weeks? And I said, okay, that's fair. I said, I just want you to understand, though. Go get full-time hours at your job because now you owe me for this apartment. And she said, okay. She was never able to pay for her apartment. She never made enough. And what she got mad at, she got quite agitated. She was 18 and a half. She hadn't been able to pay for her whole apartment bill, period. She'd never made the full amount. And I said to her once, she asked for money for something, and I said, no. I said, because I have other bills to pay, and it's my money I'm using. It's not your money, it's my money. And she was like, well, I don't like the fact that you pay my bills and you think you have say in my life. I said, if I have bag, I have say. If I'm paying the fucking bills, I will always have a say. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to like it. But if I'm paying the bills, I will always have a say. And what she said was, well, I don't want you to have a say. Okay. No problem. And then she kept asking for stuff, and I kept saying no. And so she moved out of the apartment that I was paying for, and she moved in with her two friends. And she learned a very difficult life lesson. Your friends aren't your parents. They're going to leave you high and dry. And they did. There were three people in the apartment. One got pregnant and moved in with her boyfriend. One moved back across the country to go live with her biological father. My daughter was left holding the bag. So I ended up having to pay the bills to get her out of that situation. So she's out of that situation. Then she gets herself in another dumb fuck different situation. So I said, look, brought her to my house, sat her down, this is how it'll work. Now, after going through the ass pain, now she's like, she doesn't even balk when I say, nope, I think the way it's going to be is this. She doesn't even balk because she knows that she can't eat if I don't pay her bills. The situation she's in right now, she can't even afford food. So yesterday we went out to lunch. After I finished streaming yesterday, I picked her up with my wife and my other daughter. We went to Mexican. We went to the grocery store, well, the dollar store. Why she wants to shop at the dollar store, why she wants to get everything at the dollar store, I don't know, but she did. So, okay, whatever. $183 on groceries. No problem. My kid needs to eat. But what I guarantee you my kid doesn't come off with anymore is the you don't have say. Oh no, it was cat litter, a case of water, like 15 bags of groceries. Because it's all stock up stuff. It's all dry goods. It's also, she doesn't have to, my daughter has PTSD like I do. She doesn't have the coping mechanisms like I do. So she doesn't know how to go out into public and function. She's also neurodivergent. She can't mask. When you meet her, you know she's autistic. Like, she cannot function. Not at all. Not even, she struggles to do most things. Damn it. Okay, one of you, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you, one of you, 3 of you. Okay. Yep, that's all 12. But, parents need to just make sure their kid understands. If I'm paying the bills, I have say. If I am paying the bills, I have say. Period. Dot. She has her GED. We don't even have GEDs in the state of Illinois anymore. We have adult education certificates. And what she's working on right now is she's working on her associate's degree, which is another giant what the fuck in our society. If you're not doing anything to better yourself, you're not working and you're not going to school, you can get food stamps. So not working, not going to school, you can get food stamps. If you're going to school, you have to work 20 hours a week to get food stamps. So you can work 20 hours a week and go to school and get food stamps. You can work 20 hours a week and not go to school and get food stamps. You cannot go to school and not work and get food stamps. But the only thing you can't do is go to school and get food stamps. What in the Kentucky Fried Fuck is the logic there? Well, we don't want people getting food stamps because they're in school and their parents are paying for their school. I'm not paying for her school. She has a scholarship. She has $0 contributed from her parents towards her education. And she's not using my GI Bill right now. So, the system in this country is absurd. The system in this entire country, you have to ask yourself, what are we doing and who are we trying to help? Because it makes not a damn bit of sense. Not a bit. No, the one that reads very well is my youngest. Rael, are you here? The GI Bill is the best scholarship out there. It is. It really, really is. The problem is, let's leave it there. Even though it doesn't really fit. The GI Bill also pays BAH, which is really, really important. It's one of the reasons why I made sure to like the day I was eligible to transfer my GI Bill, I transferred my GI Bill. And I did that because you have to serve X amount of time after you transfer your GI Bill. Well, it might have changed, but when I was in, you had to transfer. The BAH is 3,000. Yeah. Here, the BAH would be like 1,600. Oh, it's twins. Love this. I love this track. I did this track. When Rael gets back, I'm gonna try to do. Want to see if they've changed the base defense, since now it's worth doing. Yeah, the doors close automatically now. They've made a change where doors in the game are closing automatically, and so people are getting locked in people's houses. But we need an MMO. We need an MMORPG bad. Eternal Tombs, which I tested last week, is shaping up nicely, but Eternal Tombs is gonna have to put some serious effort into their engineering. The game's gonna have to get smoothed out. I don't exactly love the classes as currently designed. But in fairness, they're working. The game functions. It's a very small team. ArcAge Chronicles. ArcAge Chronicles and, well, ArcAge Chronicles is this fall. Chrono Odyssey is next spring. You missed the, yeah, it was a good playthrough. It was a good test set for Eternal Tombs. I'm hoping that they're able to take the data and iterate. I'm hoping that Once Human starts to put some more vertical content into the scenarios they have. But they're all over the place. They're like, well, we're pushing for private servers, and we're doing this, and we're doing that. And it's like, guys, what are you doing? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, what is your end goal? Like, what are you trying to make this game be? It's also sad to me, like, the Lord of the Rings MMO, the Lord of the Rings MMO was canceled. Well, the Amazon one was canceled. A new Vindicus called Defying Fate is looking really good. Might check that out. Yeah, there's private servers for Once Human so that you can set the rules. Because it is at its core a survival game, so they have private servers. So that you can, you know, whatever rules you want. When I had my private server, it was funny because you can actually turn off like reloading, which fundamentally I think is stupid, but it was hilarious the one day because you can turn off reloading and you can turn off needing ammo at all. And I'm just like, well, I kind of see like you want to give people control of their private servers, but at the same time, you're going to get a lot of people that say, oh, well, this game is shit. Oh, it's going to be single player? Shitty. Yeah, the sad part is that as I'm getting older, I'm like, I have more fun playing Crusader Kings 3 than I have playing most online games because people are unreliable, or like people don't, it's like the problem with MMOs are the people you have to deal with. Oh, level 5. Get in my belly. Get over here. Don't you dare. A 5-3. A 5-3. I have the 5-4 you gave me. 5-3 and a 4-5. Ooh. So we've got the parts we need to do a emerge. Yeah, the breeding. I really wish that they would put in some quality of life features for the fusions. Most specifically, the ability to sort by trait, because oh shit, he got me. This is so stupid. You do this enough times, and I use less ammo than I can make with the E parts that it drops. So I can just infinitely use smart ammo, and at the end, gain ammo. But if you're Hero, you want to see if they've made the base defense any better, we can just throw it down at my base. I highly doubt they've made it so dangerous that it's gonna put my base at risk. Is there anything that I hope other MMOs implement that Intrepid wanted to implement with Ashes? Yes. The zone control. The node system. The node system. Okay, so the original node system that Ashes talked about would have been halfway decent. But then they started going in like 900 different directions. They didn't build it functional before they started expanding on it. I think the node system is an amazing idea. Absolutely amazing. But it needs to be a big enough world map, unlike New World. See, New World's problem was the world map was too small. It didn't include player housing. Every game needs to have player housing, because player housing is a low threat, low cost way to have people play. Okay. Oh yeah, my bad. Do you have enough time? Because if you don't, it's fine. I forgot today's Thursday, not Saturday, because my daughter's home from school. But yeah, if you have, I'll be there as soon as I get out of this can't teleport zone. Let's see if they made okay, well, I invited you. Do this real quick. Watch, they've changed it. It's a 2-hour fucking gauntlet. Right. We're not even gonna fuck about. We're gonna go for it. Yeah, the animal husbandry system was a really good idea. I liked that system as well. Breeding is a great idea. Once human has a little bit of breeding, it's not amazing, but they have a little bit of it. Oh, I think I have a few cortexes. You can only do 10 at a time. What is this shit? Oh yeah, yeah. That used to be 40. Look at my cavalry. I have mushroom cavalry. What good boys. Mushrooms on deer. So they didn't change this at all. The only thing they changed is that they make you do it 4 times instead of just letting you throw in 40 and be done. Wow. Yeah, see, this needs to be way more threatening. They need to look at 7 days to die. No, we've got 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. They've got to make this way more of a threat. Like, your base should be in danger once a week. And the way they could do that is, just like they did with Way of Winter, your base should have a central processing feature, a central processing core that needs to be purged every 7th day. If you don't purge it every 7th day, yeah, send us like 90 arbiters at once. Maybe not 90, but yeah, send us. Did you kill the fucking mini boss? I didn't even see the mini boss spawn. Yeah. So yeah, big piece. First of all, let us do this. Let us do all 40. Oh, you bitch and a half. She broke part of my base. Fucking hooker. She broke it on spawning. But yeah, you can see this is the big. I'm doing the base defense, and as you can see, my base is really being threatened. Oh, I killed the elite. Nah, too late, man. She's already dead. In her whopping 1 cortex. Yeah, it would be nice if this was actually a threat. They need to look at 7 days to die. Hi, Pokey. They need to look at 7 days to die, and they need to say, how do we make this more dangerous? Because this is boring as shit. Oh, it's a rabbit up there. There was a mob up there. They ninja fixed bingo. What'd they do to bingo? Although bingo is so boring now. Everything's boring compared to the P90. The P90 is just too good of a weapon. Oh wait. Ugly ass. Nobody asked you. And that should be it. It wasn't showing the proper damage? Oh, okay. Well, that event isn't worth it. I mean, the event is worth it because it's 2,000 Star Crom. Yeah, if I stop using the P90, will it make me a P90X? All right, so... You only got to fire 3 bullets. Well, make sure, yeah, come in and get your little thing. Let's see, blueprints. So you can get 15,000 Star Crom in a week. And just by doing my dailies, I haven't even done scenario challenges or settlement strongholds, and I'm at 14,000, and I've just been loafing around. So if I was actually dedicated, I would have been done, but it took me about 2 hours and 40 minutes of streaming time to finish for the week. That's not good. That's not a good look. That is really not a good setup. And I have the helmet at 17. So I have my shoes, my gloves, and my helmet at 17. So pants is the next one I need to upgrade. Where do I get fucking pants? Which one of you bitches is pants? You. Okay. Take a real quick break, and I'll be right back. My cats are so adorable. My cats keep running up to me and they're like meowing. They're trying to remind me I haven't taken my kid to school. Because my orange cat, he ventures back in here. My orange cat does not like change. I swear my orange cat is autistic just like me. He doesn't like change at all. He's like, why is she home? And I'm like, relax. Are you being gaslit by your president? Yes. You are absolutely being gaslit by your president, Z4. It is so disheartening to wake up every day and recognize the bullshit that's going on with our president and our country, and the fact that Donald Trump he just posted a Truth Social video of USA destroying a bridge in Tehran. Oh, so you mean he just posted a video of war crimes? Man, I swear to fucking God. Donald Trump has set us back. He set the whole fucking world back 100 years in foreign relations. All Donald Trump has managed to do is unite the world in their hatred of the United States, even countries that were our allies. The joke that he made at the expense of the Japanese, mocking, like, saying, well, they understand surprise with Pearl Harbor. Like, dude, Japan has been one of our greatest allies since the end of World War II, and you're gonna just mock them? The problem is blowing up a bridge in the capital. If you run the contingency checklist against a bridge in the capital, since we're not involved in a ground war in Iran right now, there is no justifiable reason to claim that a bridge is a military strategic target that can overcome the civilian collateral impact. If we were in a ground war with Iran, you can start blowing up bridges because you might need to blow up the bridge and weigh it against to say, well, we blew up this bridge to limit their ability to send reinforcements to our next beachhead or spearhead or point of engagement. But we don't have ground troops in Iran. So any bridge that you destroy is going to have an inherent impact on the civilian population. It's just like, as I did the example, it's about, well, every target can be a military target or a civilian target, but it becomes a matter of, is the impact to the civilian population going to exceed the value of the military strategy? So, for example, you want to blow up a power plant. Well, a power plant is a dual purpose asset. It is simultaneously a civilian target and a military target. Now, I don't want to drop out of game to do the diagram. I did it once before. If this power plant is 99% civilian use and 1% military use, you can still strike it as a military target. If the military target attached to the power plant is of strategic value. So this power plant over here is 99% civilian use, 1% military, and the 1% military use is the personnel flight where they store records. Nah, you can't strike that target because even though it is 1% military, hitting that power plant to disrupt that military function isn't going to win you the war any faster. Now, change the scenario. Same setup, still only 1% military, but the 1% happens to be the centralized command and control for all air defense. Now you can hit that target. Even though you are disproportionately impacting the civilian population by destroying that power plant, you're doing so because that power plant has been tied in, the air defense command and control has been tied into that power plant. So on the international rating of is it a valid target or not, your enemy has deliberately tied in a key piece of military infrastructure to a target, to a civilian power grid, so that it's less likely your enemies can hit it if they're afraid of war crimes. So you got to look at the whole scenario. Maybe there is a viable reason to blow up that bridge. Maybe, but you'd be hard pressed. You'd be really, really hard pressed to justify blowing up a bridge when you don't have ground troops in country. Is that bridge right next to the missile making factory? And they use that bridge to move the missiles, and if you blow up that bridge, now they got to go 200 miles out of their way. Okay, yeah, now the bridge is a valid military target. But like we just did, we just hit a munitions depot. Cool. Good target. Clearly military. I just hate our president, and what I weep for Americans is, and it's so hard to try to get this point across because I'm not going to be fake and manipulate you. Your president is, the leader of your party, because he's everybody's president, but he's the leader of the Republican Party. The leader of your political party is making it sound like we had to go to war with Iran because they were about to imminently strike the U.S. With a nuclear weapon. They don't even have a fucking nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, once again, we have kids in America that can't eat. We have people that can't get medical care. But our president wants to keep fighting a war that was won on day one. I'm so confused. We don't get that kind of training as enlisted for consideration of the strategic view of the target package versus different target packages. Right. Strategic level, operational or objective level, and tactical level. There are some enlisted at every level. There are some officers at every level. But generally, officers operate on the operational or objective level and the strategic level. And the enlisted operate on the tactical level and the objective level. Like, you strategic-wise, you get told secure this town. Well, the enlisted decide to blow up a bridge because they don't have enough people to hold all four sides of the town. So they blow up this bridge. Cool. You made a tactical level decision. But again, we've put boots on the ground there. So now it releases the level of scrutiny or the level of analysis. Yeah, you're trying to hold 4 points. You blow up the bridge. Now you only have to hold 1 point. Makes a hell of a lot of sense to blow up the bridge, right? I just hate the fucking world we're in. I hate that America is insolvent. I hate the fact that we're broke. I hate the fact that Donald Trump convinced people that tariffs were going to help America. I hate the fact that we have a populace that's so stupid that they thought and believed that tariffs were going to help them. Even last night, there were people arguing with me about trillions of dollars have been brought in by tariffs. Yeah, trillions of dollars of American money. And it's not even trillions, it's billions. But it's of American taxpayer money. And it's just like unfucking real. People actually believe Donald Trump is bringing manufacturing jobs back to America. Really? What manufacturing jobs have come back to America? We're not broke because Trump said tariffs will make us trillions, so we won't have to pay tax anymore. What? The fact that people argue that Donald Trump said we won't have to we won't be taxed because of tariffs, and I'm like, you do understand that a tariff is a tax, right? And people will tell me a tariff's not a tax because it's paid by the foreign country. Oh, Jesus, you sweet summer child. You might want to try reading a book without pictures. Like the person who said to me, you don't understand economics. And I said, well, I think I understand economics a little bit considering I'm retired and I used to teach economics. And they said, you being retired has no bearing on you understanding economics. And I'm just like, hold up a little bit. I think my being retired at 19 and then again at 37 might indicate just a little bit that I understand how the economy works. Maybe a little. It might not mean I have a lot of knowledge, but it at least means I have a little bit of knowledge. Can I solo Nightmare? Yes, I can. Do I solo Nightmare? No, but I can. The reason why I don't solo Nightmare is because there's no value in it. Because the boxes are RNG, there is no difference. So you do normal, you do hard, you'll notice that there's no mod selection box, right? When you get up here, mod selection box, violent, precise, deviant, energy, survival, or general, fixed level of 17. Violent, precise, deviant, energy, survival, general, fixed level of 17. The challenge reward is the same. Now, my teammate and I, my hive mate and I, we will clear all of the silos once for the weekly reward. But if you're grinding for mods, the same exact box drops in Pro and Nightmare. people are like, well, you get a better chance. You get a better chance of getting level 17 mods from Nightmare. No, you don't. I've gotten more level 17 mods from pros than I have from Nightmares. It's also because I can grind them faster. The only reason why this is taking me a little bit longer, it's just this particular dungeon. Most of the pros I can do in about 3.5 minutes. This one just has a lot of walking. I also don't like the new mod system, because the new mod system, you used to be able to make the mods you needed out of any mod with the same suffix. Well, now you can't do that. Because you can't make mods. You have to grind them where they drop. And really, the only reason why I'm grinding it is just because I'm a perfectionist. All my mods are level 16 or better. I saw a headline that said Trump essentially called JD Vance fat in a crowd full of people. Yeah. I also think it's funny, the fucking lie that people believe. I think it's really, really, really important that we remember something. And this something is really hard for people to conceptualize. Going to college does not make you smart. Going to college makes you educated. The new mod system is really restrictive and grindy. Yes, the new mod system is very restrictive. It is very grindy. And unless you have a golden horseshoe up your ass and you get really lucky, the new mods are slightly weaker than the old mods. Like, unless you get your shinies, you end up with a mod that does 3% less damage. Even with your shiny, you only do 3% more damage than an old level 17 mod. Have I ever tried to get into old school RuneScape? Okay, so old school RuneScape causes me anxiety, and it's because the server tick rate is 0.7 seconds, and my perception of time, I can't do old school RuneScape. Looks like a great game. Tried multiple times to get involved in it. Can't do it. The tick rate is just enough to trigger me. Nothing feels smooth to me. I never knew why I didn't like it. I never knew what was causing the anxiety until I went to the Brighter Shores Discord, and I was talking to somebody, and they were like, yeah, it's the 0.7 second server tick rate that's triggering you. And I said, well, fuck that then. So. But again, people who love old school RuneScape, I'm glad you have a game you love. As it is right now, my go-to game of choice is CK3. What the fuck are you doing, son? You literally watched yourself walk into that. But yeah, I like CK3. I'm really moving away from multiplayer games because they're all just equally bad. I don't find as much enjoyment anymore because new games are nothing like old school games. And I understand, it's because it's a different era. Players have different goals, they have different wants, different desires. But this new thing of rushing to max level for the game to start is bullshit to me. Like, Final Fantasy XI was my first real MMO. Final Fantasy 11, not 14. And so in Final Fantasy 11, I was one of the few people that cleared all of Chains of Promethea. All of it. People are like, this is too hard. Yes, that includes Absolute Virtue. But there are people that are like, this is too hard, or this is too difficult, or this is too... Shut the fuck up. It's what you're playing for. You're playing to clear the difficult content. I find that other players fuck up my enjoyment because there's no cooperative gameplay. It's just a bunch of toddlers running around with their hands out. I don't disagree with you. I think we've run into a systemic problem of game companies have started putting less and less money into the games because they don't have to. Why should I put 50 cents into the game to make $1 when I can put 10 cents into the game and make $1? I can make 90 cents profit or 50 cents profit, and the players are going to buy it either way. Do I like Assassin's Creed games? Not my favorite. I prefer Grand Strategy 4X and then MMOs. If EVE Online would release a new cluster, a brand new fresh cluster, that would be where I would go, and I would literally tell people this is the last game I'm going to, because I'll get 5 or 6 years out of enjoyment out of a brand new EVE cluster, and then that'll be it. That'll take me to my time where I retire to Florida, and then when I get to Florida, I don't know what I'll be doing as far as streaming, but I know I won't be streaming video games anymore in 6 years. Once I go to Florida, it'll be a lot of Disney talk and a lot of politics talk, but I won't be covering video games anymore. That's my end date. That's my expiration date for video game coverage. 6 years, 5 years. World switching. Switch to public line. No. Would rather not. Thank you. You can't even have world chat on anymore? Yeah, because you get yourself in trouble in world chat. Riot MMO should come out in that time frame. If the Riot MMO were to come out and be good, I might cover the Riot MMO. But I'll still be playing video games in 6 years. I just won't be content creating around them. Because in 6 years from now, I'll be living in South Florida. Well, mid Florida. And I'll be going... My goal is to spend the first year of my real retirement walking around Disney with my wife. And, just relaxing. What about Eternal Tombs? Okay, so Eternal Tombs. Great game, great progress. Break. I'm not a huge fan of the class design. I'm not loving it. I'm not loving the class design. I'm barely liking the class design. But I don't want to say too much negative about Eternal Tombs, because their developer is actually developing a game the way you should develop a game, and that is slowly, methodically, with a plan in mind. And they've got a year until the game actually launches. Their goal for launch is next year. So they're going to take the time to make the changes that need changed before the game launches. But there's going to be a lot of changes needed for Eternal Tombs to not be a 10-minute game. in my opinion, if your biggest complaint with a game is preference, then that's a game of potential. No, I agree with you. I just don't like how, and I'm not gonna blame the developers of Eternal Tombs for this, more so as I'm gonna blame other game developers, because it's been a while since we've been in a situation where classes were fixed. And by fixed, I mean, if you want to be a healer, you're this class. If you want to be a this, you're this class. We've really, in recent years, had an awful lot of everybody can have it their way. This is BK. Not that that's bad, but it creates a... Oh, I don't want to be friends with Sarah Rhodes. I'll join your team, yes. I don't want to be your friend. I think when you're trying to buck the industry, you got to be careful bucking the industry because it's become the expectation. These features have become, like, for example, I don't want to be your friend, Sarah Rhodes. Where we have an issue is people don't like Group Finder, Party Matchmaker. And I hear all the reasons why people don't like Group Finder, Party Matchmaker. I'm not deaf to the conversation, but it has become a quality of life feature that people don't want to do without. So if you say in my game, like Ashes of Creation said, I'm going to build a game without a party finder. Okay. You're free to do that. But what's the cost gonna be? Because if you make your game, let's be honest. Back in the day, back in the 90s, back in the early 2000s, we played a lot of video games because we didn't have a lot of other alternatives. We didn't have Amazon streaming, Netflix, Hulu, HBO on demand. We might have had HBO at home. We might have had pay-per-view. But we weren't renting movies all the time. If you were an MMORPG player, that was your identity. That's what you did. You were there. You were gaming. You were dedicating 30, 40, 50, 60 hours a week to your game. You might have been living in your own house, or you might have been living in mom's basement, but you were raiding a lot. Now, people aren't as, how shall we say, hardcore. People don't devote 30, 40, 50 hours a week to their game. And then we can look at Ashes of Creation because they put out enough content that we can look at all of its points of failure. So you know that people were cheating. You know that people were exploiting. You know that people were doing X or doing Y or doing Z. You know that certain guilds were becoming powerful and dominating content. You know these things. What did you do about it? Because if you didn't do anything about it, you're just as much a part of the problem. Like, Steven and his constant bullshit of, well, you can't really gauge these systems right now because the rest of the guardrails aren't in place. Okay, genius, then why the fuck are you testing anything? Because if the guardrails aren't in place, then you're not testing because you're getting Gigo. You're getting garbage, and garbage in is garbage out. You're trying to tell me that we shouldn't be giving you a list of problems because you're acknowledging you haven't put the guardrails in place. Well, put the fucking guardrails in place. And stop building 19 systems at one time and build one system thoroughly. Everybody said, for years, I was the person that spoke out about open world PvP, and for years and years and years and years and years, I had to fucking deal with all the time people saying, well, the corruption system will solve that. And I would basically say, bet it won't. And then the system came out, and the corruption system, all of the ways we said people would exploit the corruption system, people were using. And instead of people being able to swallow their pride and say, shit, Jay was right, all these problems that he said are what's happening, what these motherfuckers turned around to do was say, well, the game isn't launched yet. There's still time for them to make changes. You watch the bespoke videos. I used to be super annoyed by Copium Clinic because he was a mouthpiece for Steven's bullshit, and he seemed honestly contrite about that. But the content creators on the show put hundreds of hours into the alpha. They were all talking about the times they came to Steven with feedback or complaints, and he would respond poorly. You're right, he would respond poorly because he wasn't interested in your opinion. He was not interested in your opinion at all, because Steven is the Spin Doctor song, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong. Steven, no matter what you said to him, Steven, the fucking building is on fire. No, it's not. This is fine. Dude, your company is fucking drowning. Your product is dog water. You could make simple changes and fix it. And he's not going to make those simple changes because then he'd have to admit he was wrong. Well, sorry, bro. Your fucking product is dog water. I think he wanted to launch the game. I just think launching the game became impossible because Steven's mismanagement. His biggest problem was he couldn't give up control. That's not Steven's biggest problem. It's close to his biggest problem. Steven's biggest problem is Steven can't be wrong. That's where his flaw is. He cannot be wrong. Because for Steven to be wrong, it would be some massive affront to his person. Yeah, absolutely. Steven's vision for the game was whatever another game was doing, or that he heard another game was doing, or he saw another game was doing. And the truth is, if you really legitimately had a 3,000 page or 4,000 page game design document and you thought it was good, then you build it. That's what integrity is. Integrity is building something and then weathering the storm of all the people that come to you and say, well, I don't think this is good, or I think this should change. And I'm not saying you have to be like me. And when people say, I think what you should change is this, you don't have to look at them and say, well, I don't give a fuck what you think. But there is a difference between heeding advice and listening to advice and hearing advice. You can hear the advice all day. You don't have to make a single change to your designs. Hear the advice. Don't change shit. But Steven was designing by committee. And you will never be successful designing by committee. And ultimately where the problem caused the death of the game was Steven didn't build the core viable product the way he said he was going to. And if you're spending all your time, if you're constantly going back to square one, like, again, There are companies who have gone back to square one because square one needs to be gone back to. Just because you go back to square one doesn't mean it's a problem. But if you're constantly going back to square one, if you're constantly going back to square one, it means you don't trust what you built. And if you don't trust yourself, then why? If you don't trust yourself to iterate on what you were going to iterate on, then why should anybody else believe what you have to say? Yeah, I thought about it once when Steven talked about a 4,000-page game design document. I went and looked at the Rifts tabletop collection because I have most of those books. That's a lot. Okay, 4,000 pages is a fucking lot of information. Like, it takes about 32 of the Rifts source books and core book to get to 4,000 pages. That's a lot. That's a lot of content, rules, lore. You'd be like, your game design document then would have like weapon stat. It would have like individual weapons in it. It would have weapon stats. It would have dungeons. It would have dungeon layout maps. It would have dungeon bosses detailed out. It'd have the backstory and the lore. You know what? I don't disagree with you. I bet you they have a document that, yeah, is several thousand pages. I don't think I can get you. Nope. They probably have a document that is several thousand pages, but it's probably a, it's probably, like you said, it's probably a lot of, Google images and, just images in general and thoughts and ideas. It doesn't mean it has value. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have value, but it also doesn't mean that it has value to anybody but you. See, there's just too much chowder on this one. There's just too many spawns. And then if you get, like, there were people here, and then people leave their hunter spawned, and then you can't, yeah, I'm just getting shot. Yeah, I'm getting shot by too much shit. It's like people see the timer in the upper corner and they leave because they think the event's over. The boss is right fucking there. That's fine. The design document for my book is almost 400 pages, but I've made outlines of each character and those take up full page on their own. But they probably contain less than 300 words in them. Yeah, and that's the other problem. When you say something like, we have a 4,000 page game design document, sure, but I've seen military documents that the book is like 200 pages, but 25 of those pages say this page intentionally left blank. Well, what the hell, man? You've left half the fucking book blank. Anyone else here about the Cyberpunk collectible card game? I have not, but after playing Magic the Gathering, Vampire the Masquerade, and Star Trek, those 3 and Star Wars. Fuck, I forgot about that one. I don't do collectible card games anymore. I just bought my wife bought and I paid for a commander deck for my daughter for Magic because she's enjoying playing Magic, but it's not for me anymore. But if it's steampunk, I might buy a couple just for shits and giggles. Speaking of that, I wanted to say, I know a lot of people talk about AI, and I think that the AI discussion is got to be had when it comes to like art assets. So I paid for a company to make certain assets for me. Did we go off the edge? Yeah. Sorry, these are massive. So I paid a company to make my original emotes for me. And I just haven't seen the value in paying for more emotes to be made. But this is an emote that I paid for. And this is an emote that ChatGPT did. There is definitely an understandable concern on the part of artists who are going to be like, well, it's not fair because I can't compete with AI. And you're right. You can't. One of those was made by AI and one of those was made by an artist. I get why people are concerned about AI taking their jobs. I know a lot of emote artists that are now saying, shit, I don't make nearly as much money as I used to. Because I make a set of emotes for somebody and now they can throw that. I make a set of 6 emotes for somebody and they can throw them into ChatGPT and ChatGPT will build the rest of the variety. Because if you give ChatGPT about 6 images, it will do a really, really good job of keeping the face model the same because you've given it 6 images. So it's cool with that. It's like, oh, okay, you've given me enough source material that I can now make the rest for you. Well, I understand why artists are saying that absolutely kills them. Because it does. But where I don't think we're at the point yet is that I don't think game designers and game developers should be trying to cobble together their game with AI code. It's going to be a series unless you pull a George R.R. Martin and die first. You know what I think is really funny about George Martin? George Martin doesn't have the courage to admit that the ending of the TV show was the ending that he had originally planned for the books, and people absolutely hated it. So now he doesn't want to admit that that was his ending. He wants to kind of like hide and be like, oh, no, that wasn't my ending. And I don't think he knows how to end the series. I don't think he knows how to end the books without pissing people off. The ending of the TV show needed like 2 more seasons to get viewers there. Yeah, and the trick to it is that makes me laugh is that HBO offered the Wonder Twins as many episodes and as many episodes as they needed to finish telling the story. HBO was like, however many episodes you need, feel free. And they were like, no, we're going to close up the story. Well, and truthfully, what they were doing was they were trying to get out from under Game of Thrones to be able to go over to Disney and do their Star Wars movies, their Star Wars project. And then after the terrible reception of the Wonder Twins at the end, Disney's like, yeah, about that. No. And you're just like, you fucked everybody in the under the guise of we don't want to do a good job on this project because we already are in line to do the next project. So they absolutely frustrate me. They absolutely frustrate me. The way they did, what they did, how they did. You know what we needed? No, I've never done. I had a whole class that was literally all bullshitting word count with little substance. It was the best English class forever for learning how to hit minimum length requirements. It was also the worst class ever because I had no idea if my writing was even improving. Yeah. Here's where my big problem with that theory is, right? If you ever use a language learning model like ChatGPT that likes to drone on and on and on, ask ChatGPT if it understands the concept of economy of words, and it will. It'll know what economy of words means. So then ask it questions and say, using an economy of words, that. Because ChatGPT likes to fucking spit out dozens of pages for shit that you don't care about. Just be like, hey, using an economy of words, give me an answer to this. And it will. It knows what to do. People shouldn't be taking classes to learn how to bullshit increase their word count. It's like Brandon Sanderson. I'm gonna punch him right in the face because the last book in The Way of Kings is like 1,200 pages. And of those 1,200 pages, maybe 60 of them are necessary for the storytelling. How do you farm acid? Great question. Right now, farming acid requires you to put your base into one of the areas that your base will take constant damage. So that's kind of a dangerous proposition because you spend an awful lot of materials on your base. What you can do is you can grow contaminated plants, and you can use those contaminated plants to make acid. The other trick is break down everything. And then if you're going to be grinding and you don't need the food buffs for what you're grinding, which one is it? Nope, it's not that one. Which one is it? I forgot which fucking dish it is. There's a dish that helps with acid drop. It's impossible to get to contaminated seeds from polluted areas. Is it? Because, I mean, I don't think it is. because I have... Oh, hold on. That's the plants. It shouldn't be, because I have a fuck ton of them. Contaminated aloe vera seeds. I might have grown out all of mine. Yeah, contaminated wheat seeds, contaminated berry seeds. I've been trying to farm those seeds for days. I've only gotten 2 seeds. Well, yeah. What you have to do is, once you get a seed, you grow it with the fertilizer that increases seed yield. Should be able to. Nothing ever stops you from, I hate all the fucking changes they make. Did they take them out? Oh, no, they didn't. Breeding boost. Yeah, the other thing is you'll get a ton of you'll get a ton of acid just doing content. What the fuck? Did they take the item out? Maybe they took it out when I wasn't looking. They must have taken out the... Oh, chops. Chops. Preserved deviated chops, not sausage. If you don't need the extra damage, make yourself preserved deviated chops. And then when you're running around killing shit, you get more acid. When we still have probably 30 or 40,000 acid between all the bases. Yeah, man, we haven't used chops in so long. If I place my house in a contaminated zone, protection 6 hours costs the same as 24 hours, which doesn't make sense. The larger your base, the more materials it costs to protect your base. So, if you're going to move into the contaminated areas, you want to move into the contaminated area with just about the smallest possible base that you need. Because you do not want a larger base. But the problem is that, in our opinion, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. We have the ability to get more acid than we need just playing the game. The only thing we don't do now is sell acid. It's just not worthwhile to sell. The other couple of things that you can do is you can do the truck event. You get the trucks that travel around, and you get these things. You get the sproutlets. And buy acid from the mushroom lady. You can do that. Or you can get the mimetic sulfur chemist and you can make acid. The other thing you can do is just run content and find somebody that's selling acid. It's usually faster that way. I do one, I run one Forsaken Giant and I get 12,000 L and I can buy 600 acid for that, and I can run that in 20 seconds. So I can run that 3 or 4 times quickly. If you can run it about that same. Yeah, it does take 16 hours to convert into plants and acid. That is true. It is time consuming. Oh, I need to make more artisan hands. I'm down to 16. I use those all the time. Mainly because they buffed that thing the gardener class gets that makes seeds out of plants faster than breeding boost. Yeah, yeah, they did. That was another goofy ass thing they did. We don't want you to have alts, but we're going to create a class system that one of the jobs pretty much requires the other job. But we don't want you to have alts. Oh, okay. Also, the fact that they didn't think about it and they allowed the P90. If you get all the right mods, your P90 can have 146 rounds, I believe. You shouldn't have 146 rounds in a submachine gun. Especially not one that stacks off of hits. Yeah, the chef class. I don't play the chef class because making the food is great. I play the chef class so I can stack 2 foods. Wow, that one's 24,000 energy links. I like that. I see the trusty P90 continues its duty to destroy horrors beyond human imagination. Yes. Yes. Yes, it does. Hey, look at that. I bought all of my crates for the week. God, I have so much stuff. Open to receive Star Crom times 500. There is a monthly cap on the amount of Star Crom that you can obtain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 579. Hold on. I'm getting updates about the weather. So I have enough of these crates to get 239,500 Star Crom. I could literally not play this game for 3.6 months and not fall behind. Not that Star Crom even matters anymore, because I think I have enough sets of armor at 6 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18. I have 56 pieces of gear at 6 stars. Okay, so I want to check something real quick. Blueprints. So I'm capped at 15,000. 20.52. So the star crumb you get from the collection level stacks on top. So yeah, at some point I'm gonna be getting star crumb for no reason, because I'm almost there as it is. So it's so wrong. It's just so wrong. It's the next piece that isn't 4 stars or 6 stars. The Bastille shoes. We'll do you, Bastille shoes. Where are you at? And then there's another 1,000 star crumb. Yeah, I'm about to tilt the game. The game is going to be like, fuck off, tilt. Where's all these crates that I have? Mod selection. Lower body. Violent. Deadshot. Alright, this right here is enough to make you... Oh, my cat's vet appointment is rescheduled. You could log in just once a month to open your boxes and hit 780, yeah. This is one thing I don't like. Ready? I can only open one of these at a time. So I have to go F, lower body, violent, deadshot. And then the lower the mod that you get, the less dust you get. I don't understand. Like, that's so insulting. Level 13 is 100 dust. Level 100 dust. $14 is 300 dust. You're not quite there, but we're gonna keep throwing you a bone. Wow, enough with the 13s, man. Oh my god. Oh, now we're going the other direction. 11. Thanks, guys. Means a lot to me. Run the hardest content to get a box, only to get less dust from the box than the boss drops. Yeah, no shit, right? Level 9. Woo. I love my upgrades being purely RNG. Level 12. Love it. 14, 10, and 10. 10, 10, 12, 10, 10. I don't know. There's a bunch of dust there. $17. The number I am hoping for is level 17. Weapon mod selection pro. Bounce. No, I think I have bounce. Unstable bomber. 10, 12, 14, 11, 10, 11, 9. Fuck all that. It's a dice roll. It's all RNG. And it sucks ass. It sucks absolute ass. A 16 is worth it. A 16 in the new system is on par with a 17 from the old system, except you lose 3% damage. You need a 17 in weapons to be better than the old ones. $12, $11, $11, $10, $9, $10. Yeah, see? And it would be nice. Current legendary mount selection crate drop rate. %5.9%. Legendary mod crates are guaranteed through a pity system shared across all characters on the account. Regardless of the pity count, each gameplay has an extremely low chance to drop one. Just wondering your stance on asylum and migrant processing right now. The system is meant to help people fleeing real danger, but it's completely backed up. Some people are waiting years to get an answer. At the same time, rules keep changing between stricter enforcement and trying to be more humane. Okay, President Jalan would fix asylum hearings like this. I would hire 70 to 100 new judges to be assigned to all the border entry stations. And I don't need to hear from you. All I need is a piece of paper saying what country you're fleeing from and why. Well, they're prosecuting Catholics in Brazil. Let me read this shit one more time. This family is seeking asylum because they're persecuting Catholics in Brazil. State Department person, do we have any credible information that Brazil has started prosecuting Catholics? No. All right. Bring these people in. True or false, you're from Brazil? True. True or false, you're Catholic? True. Why the fuck are you leaving Brazil? They're not persecuting Catholics. I just wanted to claim that so I could get asylum and stay in America. Get the fuck out. I don't need you here for years for that case. I don't need you. Besides, let me say this about asylum. Asylum is something that good countries offer to people when those countries are, when those countries are in a situation where they have the overhead to help. We can't even take care of Americans right now. And if people say we could, that, okay, well, we're not. We shouldn't be allowing anybody to come to America seeking asylum. Not when 1 in 6 American children isn't taken care of. If allowing people to come here and seek asylum is big on your fucking to-do list, then let's make sure that the American kids are taken care of. If we do that, then I'm totally cool with opening up the country and being like, holy shit, we're taking care of everybody in our country, and we have overhead, and we have a surplus. Cool. Let's take care of kids in other countries then. Let's let people seek asylum. But yeah, you passed up a lot of other places not persecuting Catholics in order to get here. You're right. You're absolutely right. Who started a fucking nightmare without Reds? Yeah, I think there's so much wrong right now. Like, the saddest part is our country is just in really bad shape because we haven't had leadership in so long. We just don't have any leadership. Oh, this whole thing is bugged. Nobody's doing anything. Peace. I'm out. And again, sometimes people, like, it's amazing that people are like, oh, so you don't care about anybody but Americans. It's not that I don't care about anybody but Americans, but America needs to take care of Americans before America can take care of anybody else. And then people will be like, well, we are taking care of Americans. The majority of our budget is spent domestically. Sure, then Great. All I'm gonna keep going back to is then why is 1 in 6 American children living in poverty? Well, it's not the government's fault. Yes, it is. Watch this line of logic. Yes, it's the parents' primary responsibility to feed their kids. And yes, it's the local community's responsibility after that. And then it's the state government's responsibility after that. But those kids are citizens of a country that is failing them. So it does become the country's problem to feed hungry kids. If the states were doing it, it wouldn't be a problem, would it? If the states were doing it, we wouldn't have to say, we need to come up with a program to fix this. I don't want to live in a world where we make excuses for feeding hungry kids. Or not feeding hungry kids. Let's just make them a fucking sandwich, give them a juice box and a bag of chips, and then we can worry about the adults figuring out the blame game later. It's like, this is all just bullshit. But again, because today's a gaming day and I like to tie it back to gaming, look at the attitude of the people you game with. Those attitudes, that misogynistic, racist, sexist bullshit you hear, what are those people, just video game sexists? Guys that play video games only make sexist comments when playing video games and nowhere else? No, if you're making sexist comments while you're playing video games, you're a sexist and you're probably making those comments everywhere else. So we just got to get past it. It's why if you're ever in a Paradox community, sexism and racism will get you almost instantly deleted. It's easy for me to ban you if you're making sexist and racist statements. If you're making truthful statements, those aren't racist or sexist. But you got to be real careful. You got to be real careful how you're framing it. Because if somebody's already resolved themselves to be sexist or racist, then it's a hard battle to drag them back from. They make those comments in safe space. They keep up with facade in regular life. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. There is nothing I will ever say on Discord that I won't say in public. There's nothing I will ever say on Twitter that I won't say to somebody's face. Period. Dot. I'm the same mean-ass person Monday, Thursday, Saturday, my birthday, Jesus' birthday, every day. I like to call it internet bravado. Oh, it is? It's internet tough guy syndrome. It's like there's a guy that got all mad because I kept pointing out to him that his identity and his ideology was that of being an asshole. And he was getting really offended by it. And he's like, well, I don't know why you keep calling me an asshole. I said, oh, God damn it. I didn't call you an asshole. You called you an asshole. He's like, what do you mean? It's in your Twitter profile. You're generally an asshole. You've made that your identity. Like, congratulations. You're living up to your name. It's like, in my opinion, men who want boob sliders in video games are the men who don't see boobs in real life. You can try to change my mind, you probably won't. If your only talking point about an entire video game is that it doesn't have a boob slider, you live in mom's basement and you never see titties. So stop complaining about the boob slider in the video game and just take yourself up to the strip club. Oh, those guys are usually banned from the strip club. Most of these guys in real life would not say a tenth of what they say on the internet in fear of physical consequences. Yeah, Wheaton's Law. Wheaton's Law, don't be a dick. The problem we have is that the modern generation never went to arcades, and they never went to pool halls, and they never got their ass kicked. You can definitely tell the people on the modern internet who have never been punched in the mouth. I miss arcades too. I miss the life we had when the world was better. I miss going to mini golf and then hanging out in the arcade. Now kids can't hang out in arcades because other kids have ruined it for them. It's all bullshit. We wonder why kids are so miserable. Kids don't have anything to do. But I miss walking miles to a friend's house to walk a couple of more to the pool with no fear. Yeah, I mean, my kids wore smartwatches with location tracking or air tags in their shoes or whatever else was necessary to keep my kids safe. And it's not that I'm keeping track of my kids. I mean, I am, but it's also because why the fuck is my kid moving towards the expressway? Like, and I said this to people and they don't get it. There was a little girl in my town that was nearly abducted right in front of her father. The father was there. It's not like the father let the little girl go up to the park on her own. He was there, and the guy did a snatch and grab. The guy nearly got to his car. That's the world we're living in. Full again. Oh my god. This is absurd. Oh, there we go. It was a 5-4. A 5-4 with Rise and Shine. The hell is durability? Stamina consumption minus 5%. That's cool. It's not even consequences like getting beaten up. I'm always surprised when people get surprised Pikachu face when they face consequences from their employers because of some vile shit they said online, and that's not canceling someone that's reaping what you sow. Yeah, there was a woman. I had a video. We didn't get to it yesterday. We never got to the clip yesterday, but what it was a woman complaining that she lost her job because she made anti-Semitic statements, and then somebody reported her to her job because she made it obvious where she worked. Well, that's like somebody asked me and they said, why didn't you start streaming until after you were out of the military? And the answer's simple. Because as a member of the military, my words are like I'm responsible for my words. Shit. I'm responsible for my words regardless. Right? Like anywhere I go at any moment in time, the military can take issue with what I've said. And people are like, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. Cool. If you don't think it's fair and if you don't think it's right, leave the military. But you agreed to shut the fuck up. And if you follow the rules, you can say whatever you want. Well, let me back that up a second. You can say almost whatever you want. You can't quite say anything you want. Oh, that's why, because I don't have food on. Why are these guys not dying? But there's like this one guy, he's mad because he's being court-martialed. There's 2 of them now. The one guy's being court-martialed because of comments he made while in uniform on TikTok. Well, look, motherfucker. Every single year, you get training that tells you not to make political statements while in uniform. I don't know why you think you're special, but you don't get to make you don't get to do political shit in uniform. It's like people have been all mad about these AI girls or these girls who have uniforms on and they're not military. And they're making TikToks. Look, are you supposed to do that? No. Is the military gonna come along and police it? Also, no. Juice ain't worth the squeeze. Yeah, you made that TikTok specifically in uniform to farm engagement. Exactly. Alrighty. Yeah, wait. Did she? "14 minutes ago, Donald Trump has fired Pam Bondi as Attorney General." Now you can start to see the cracks in the cracks in the armor. Now you can start to see the falling apart of Trump's, and I'm going to use a word, a very specific word, but what you're seeing now is a falling apart of Trump's regime. Because she couldn't, she's probably trying to do what Donald Trump needs. Let me look this up real quick. We're gonna see if I can find a reason real quick. She's moving on to the private sector. Part of his problem is how she handled the Epstein documents, and that she wasn't prosecuting his critics fast or hard enough. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Makes an awful lot of sense that he's getting rid of her because she's not doing what he wants, and nor should she, because Donald Trump doesn't quite grasp this concept. Pam Bondi doesn't work for Donald Trump. Pam Bondi works for the American people. With that said, yeah, I'm going to get out of here. My daughter's home. She's on spring break, but I usually try to do this. I have another video game stream on Friday. I'm sorry, on Saturday. I do have that game that somebody now listed. I'll look at that. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more politics, which should be fun with Pam Bondi being out.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale? Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you